Welcome, dear friends, to an enchanted evening where stories unravel like gentle whispers of spring. As the day winds down and the tranquil night embraces us, allow these tales to transport you to magical and peaceful realms. Here, every story is a step towards relaxation, a key to unlock sweet dreams under the gentle spring skies. We are truly grateful for your presence tonight, and remember, you can drift into these dreamscapes ad-free by joining us on Patreon. Thank you for spending your evening in this cozy corner of wonder, where relaxation leads the way to vibrant dreams. Story 1. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, there existed a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the night was not a time of darkness, but of soft, luminous life, a tapestry of magic and mystery, stitched together by the gentle hands of the unseen. It was in this realm that a young hedgehog named Pip found himself wide awake one autumn evening, his small heart thrumming with a restlessness he could not name. The air was crisp with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth, and a light mist curled around the gnarled roots of the trees like ghostly serpents. Pip had always been a creature of routine, tucking himself into his cozy nest of moss and dried ferns at dusk, but tonight sleep eluded him. A strange pull, like an invisible thread tied to his very soul, drew him out into the open. He ventured forth, his tiny paws rustling through the carpet of fallen leaves, a sound like the soft crinkle of parchment unrolling. Above, the branches swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only they understood. It was said that the trees spoke of ages past, of storms weathered and seasons turned, their voices a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the forest floor. Pip paused by a babbling brook, its waters glimmering under the moonlight like liquid silver. The stream, too, had its own language, a continuous, soothing chatter that told of distant mountains and hidden springs. As he listened, he noticed something extraordinary. Along the banks, clusters of tiny mushrooms glowed with a soft, blue-green light, as if they had captured starlight within their delicate caps. Bioluminescent wonders dotted the landscape, guiding his path like benevolent beacons. He was not alone. Fireflies drifted through the air, their intermittent flashes creating a dance of light and shadow. A family of badgers shuffled by, their low grunts a comforting, rhythmic sound. High in a sycamore tree, a pair of raccoons chittered softly as they washed their food in the moonlight. These were the nocturnal folk of the forest, going about their business with a quiet grace that spoke of deep, ancient wisdom. Yet Pip's restlessness persisted. He felt a longing, a need to understand the changes within himself and the world around him. The autumn was deepening, and a melancholy had settled over the woods, a quiet acknowledgment of the coming sleep. Pip wondered why things had to end, why the vibrant life of summer must give way to the slumber of winter. It was then that a voice, soft and aged like well-worn velvet, spoke from above. "You seem troubled, little one." Pip looked up into the wise, golden eyes of an elderly owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Her feathers were the color of bark and shadow, and she regarded him with a kindness that immediately put him at ease. Pip admitted, his voice small. "I don't understand why everything must fade. The leaves are falling, the light is fading earlier each day. It feels as though the world is preparing to say goodbye." The owl, whose name was Althea, gave a gentle hoot. "Come," she said. "Walk with me. There is something you should see." And so Pip followed, his small steps keeping time with the whisper of the wind through the leaves, a sound like a gentle sigh, comforting and endless. Althea led him deeper into the forest, where the trees grew older and grander, their trunks thick with moss and memory. They arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, a perfect circle where the grass was silvered and soft. In the center stood an ancient stone, its surface smooth and cool, etched with markings that seemed to tell stories older than time itself. This was the Heartstone, a place where the magic of the forest gathered and swirled like invisible currents. "Sit," Althea said, her voice blending with the rustle of the trees. "Listen." Pip settled beside the stone, placing a tentative paw upon its surface. To his surprise, it hummed with a gentle energy, a vibration that traveled up his leg and settled in his chest. He closed his eyes and listened. He heard the rainfall from earlier in the day, still dripping from leaves in steady, rhythmic plinks, a natural melody that soothed his spirit. He heard the distant hoot of another owl, the skitter of a beetle across a fallen log, the soft sigh of the wind as it wound its way through the pine needles. Each sound was a note in the forest's nightly lullaby. "You worry about endings," Althea said softly. "But have you considered that what you perceive as an end is merely a turning in the cycle?" Pip opened his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Watch," she replied, nodding toward the edge of the clearing. As if on cue, a fox emerged from the shadows, a venerable creature with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the patience of the ages. This was Rowan, the forest's elder guide. Without a word, he sat beside a particularly old oak and placed a paw upon its roots. The tree responded. Its leaves shivered, and a soft, golden light began to emanate from its bark, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Pip realized that the tree was communicating, not with words but with feeling. A sense of peace, of release, flowed from it. "The trees do not fear the fall," Rowan explained, his voice a low, resonant rumble. "They understand that to let go is to make room for renewal. Their leaves fall not in sorrow, but in gratitude, for the season that was and the rest that is to come." Pip watched, mesmerized, as a shower of glowing spores drifted down from a cluster of fungi nearby, illuminating the air like fair dust. "But how can rest be a kind of magic?" he asked. Althea spread her wings slightly. "Think of the stream," she said. "In winter it may freeze, but beneath the ice the water still flows, gathering strength for the spring. The forest does not die, it dreams, and in dreams there is preparation, there is healing." Rowan nodded. "Every ending holds a beginning within it, just as every beginning carries the seed of an end. It is the way of things, the balance that keeps our world alive." As if to emphasize his words, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft shower that kissed the leaves and stones with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Pip lifted his face to the droplets, feeling them cool and sweet upon his skin. The bioluminescent mushrooms glowed brighter in response, their light reflecting in the raindrops so that the entire clearing sparkled like a land of fallen stars. He understood then. The sadness he felt was not for the ending of things, but for the beauty of them, a beauty that was made more precious because it was temporary. The forest was teaching him that magic was not just in the vibrant bloom of spring or the abundant fruit of summer, but also in the gentle release of autumn and the deep, quiet rest of winter. "Thank you," Pip whispered, his heart swelling with a newfound peace. Althea ruffled her feathers contentedly. "Remember, little one, you are part of this cycle too. There are times to be active and times to rest. Listen to your own rhythms as the forest listens to hers." With that, the owl took flight, her wings beating softly against the rain-drenched air. Rowan the fox dipped his head in farewell and melted back into the shadows, leaving Pip alone in the starlit clearing. The rain ceased as gently as it had begun, and the clouds parted to reveal a sky dusted with diamonds. Pip made his way back to his nest, but now every sound was a comfort. The squelch of damp earth underfoot, the drip of water from leaf to leaf, the distant murmur of the stream. When he reached his bed of moss and ferns, he curled up, feeling the warmth of his own body and the softness of his surroundings. Outside, the forest settled into its nightly rhythms, the rustle, the whisper, the hum, all weaving together into a blanket of sound that wrapped around him like a lullaby. He was no longer restless. For he had learned that even in silence, even in stillness, there was life. there was magic. And as he drifted into dreams, he felt the gentle thrum of the heartstone miles away, pulsing in time with his own heart, a reminder that he, too, was part of something vast and eternal. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon in the ancient trees, Pip slept, a small creature in a large, loving world, cradled by the cycles of rest and renewal, forever held in the embrace of the ancient forest. Story 2. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young soul named Kaelin who noticed, one morning, that their skin had begun to shimmer with the faintest silver dust. It wasn't frightening, only strange, like dew catching the first light of dawn. They would wake to find tiny, crystalline patterns etched upon their arms, delicate as frost on a window pane, and they wondered what it meant. Kaelin lived in a cottage at the edge of a wild, whispering wood. Their home was surrounded by a garden that seemed to listen, a garden that had over the years grown quiet and still, as though waiting. The flowers hung their heads low, and the leaves rustled only when the wind insisted. It was a place of patient silence, and Kaelin too had learned to be still, to watch and wait without fully understanding why. One evening, as the last amber light of day faded behind the hills, Kaelin sat on the porch steps, tracing the silver lines along their wrist. A soft voice spoke from the gate. "The garden has been dreaming of you," it said. An elderly woman stood there, her hair the color of moonlit clouds, her eyes holding the gentle depth of a well-used storybook. She carried a basket woven from willow branches, filled with seeds that glimmered like captured starlight. "Who are you?" Kaelin asked, their voice barely a whisper. "I am a tender of things yet to be," she replied. "You may call me Lyra." She did not wait for an invitation, but stepped into the garden, her movements as fluid as a slow-moving stream. She knelt by a patch of bare earth and pressed one of the glowing seeds into the soil. "This," she said, "is a seed of courage. It will grow only when you speak a truth you have been holding inside." Kaelin watched, intrigued. "And the silver on my skin," they ventured. "What does it mean?" Lyra smiled, an expression that held both mystery and warmth. "It means you are changing, dear one, and change, when welcomed, is the most beautiful magic of all." And with that she was gone, vanished like mist under morning sun, leaving Kaelin with a heart full of questions and a single glowing seed resting in their palm. That night Kaelin lay awake, thinking about truths unspoken. They thought of the fear they carried, the fear of being different, of not belonging, of becoming something they did not recognize. And as they finally drifted into sleep, they whispered into the darkness, "I am afraid of what I am becoming." The next morning, a tender green shoot had pushed through the soil where Lyra had planted the seed. It was small but vibrant, and it seemed to pulse with a soft, reassuring light. Day by day, Kaelin began to notice more changes, not only in themselves, but in the world around them. When they felt a flicker of confidence, a nearby bud would unfurl into a blossom the color of sunset. When they laughed, a sound they hadn't heard from their own lips in too long, the leaves of the old oak tree shivered with answering mirth. Lyra returned often, always when Kaelin needed her most. She never gave direct answers, only small gifts, a cup of tea that tasted of forgotten memories, a song hummed under breath that seemed to loosen knotted worries, another seed to plant when the time felt right. "Change is a cocoon," she said one afternoon as they sat together near a climbing rose that had begun to twine up the porch rail. "It feels like darkness, like being wrapped too tightly, but inside something is stirring, something is learning how to become." Kaelin looked down at their hands, now dusted not only with silver, but with traces of gold that swirled like liquid sunlight. "How will I know when I'm ready?" they asked. "You will feel it in your breath," Lyra said softly. "In the way the air fills you and the way you release it. Transformation is not a struggle. It is a rhythm, like the tide, like heartbeat." So Kaelin learned to breathe through the changes. When doubt crept in, they planted a seed of patience. When loneliness brushed their shoulder, they sang to the garden, and the flowers turned their faces upward as if in gratitude. Small victories, each one, a petal unfolded, a fear released, a truth spoken aloud. One evening, a storm rolled over the valley. Thunder grumbled in the distance, and the wind picked up, pulling at the blossoms and rustling the leaves with unusual urgency. Kaelin felt a familiar anxiety rise, the old fear of uncertainty, of losing what little they had managed to grow. But then they remembered Alara's words. They stood in the center of the garden, rain beginning to fall in soft, steady drops, and they breathed. In and out. In and out. With each breath, the silver and gold on their skin glowed brighter, casting a gentle radiance that pushed back the shadows. The garden, rather than wilting under the rain, seemed to awaken more fully. The flowers glistened, the leaves shone, and the air itself hummed with a quiet, thriving energy. When the storm passed, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, full and generous. And there, in the center of the garden, stood Alara, her basket now empty. "You've nurtured them all," she said, her voice brimming with pride. "Every seed, every hope." Kaelin looked around. The garden was no longer quiet and waiting. It was alive, luminous, pulsing with color and light. Flowers of every hue swayed in the breeze, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, sharing in the joy. "What happens now?" Kaelin asked. Alara gestured to Kaelin's own hands, now gleaming with a soft, pearlescent light. "Now," she said, "you see." And Kaelin did see. For the first time they understood. The silver was not a mark of strangeness, but a map of their own becoming. The gold was the warmth of their own acceptance. They were not someone lost in change, they were change itself, gentle, inevitable, beautiful. Alara placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder. "This is not an ending, dear one. It is a beginning. Every ending is." And as the moon climbed higher, Kaelin felt something stir on their back, not a weight, but a lightness. They turned, and there, unfolding like a prayer, were wings, delicate, shimmering, etched with the same silver and gold that adorned their skin. They were wings made of starlight and courage, of patience and whispered truths. Without a word, Alara faded into the moonlight, her work complete. But Kaelin knew she was never truly far. Some mentors remain in the soil they've tended, in the seeds they've sown. Kaelin took a step forward, then another, until their feet no longer touched the earth. They rose, not with effort, but with grace, hovering above the garden they had loved into being. Below, the flowers glowed in response, a sea of light cheering them on. They flew over the valley, under the generous moon, and knew that this was only the first of many flights. There would be other gardens to tend, other seeds to plant, other souls to meet along the way. But for now, there was only the gentle wind beneath their wings, the quiet hum of the world below, and the peaceful certainty that change, when met with an open heart, is simply another way the world loves us into being. And somewhere in the distance, a new seed was stirring in the soil, waiting for its own tender to appear. Story 3. In a quiet corner of a valley cradled by soft, rolling hills, there lived a young person named Kaelin. They were like the faintest whisper in a world full of song, so quiet and small that even the morning dew seemed to hesitate before settling upon their shoulders. Kaelin's world was painted in gentle grays and muted blues, as though they were watching life through a veil of fine mist. Each day Kaelin would walk the same cobbled path to a little stone bench beneath a great, ancient willow tree. There they would sit and watch the world, the bees humming among the clover, the clouds drifting like slow thoughts, the children laughing as they chased fireflies at dusk. Kaelin wished more than anything to feel a part of it all, to not just witness beauty, but to be woven into its fabric. One evening, as the last light of day bled into soft violet, Kaelin noticed something unusual. A small, silvery seed lay upon the bench, glimmering as though dusted with starlight. It was no larger than a teardrop, and when Kalen picked it up, it felt warm, like a tiny heartbeat resting in their palm. Just then, a soft voice spoke from nearby. "That one has been waiting for you." Kalen looked up to see an old woman with kind eyes, the color of moss after rain. She wore a cloak woven from what seemed like twilight and carried a basket filled with curious things, feathers, smooth stones, and dried lavender. "Who are you?" Kalen asked, their voice barely above a rustle. "I am a tender of things yet to be," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "You may call me Lyra if you like, and that seed you hold, it is a heart seed. It grows only when planted by someone ready to change." Kalen looked down at the seed, then at their own faint, almost translucent hands. "I don't know how to change," they whispered. Lyra's eyes crinkled at the corners. "You need not know how, you need only be willing. Plant it where you feel most still. Water it not with water, but with kindness, yours toward yourself. In time, it will show you what you are becoming." And with that, she melted back into the gathering dusk, leaving behind the faint scent of rain-soaked earth. That night, Kalen dug a small hole near the roots of the willow tree, the one place in the world that felt like a sanctuary. They placed the heart seed into the earth and covered it gently. "Grow," they whispered, though they weren't sure what they were asking for. Days turned into weeks, and Kalen visited the spot each morning and evening. At first, nothing happened. The soil remained dark and undisturbed. But Kalen did as Lyra had instructed. They sat beside the planting place and spoke softly to it, not always with words, but with quiet thoughts of hope. They imagined what it might be like to laugh without hesitation, to speak without their voice trembling, to feel the sun without fearing it might fade. Then one misty morning, a tender green shoot pushed through the soil. It was so delicate that Kalen held their breath for fear of disturbing it. And as they watched, something remarkable happened. The very tip of the shoot began to glow with a soft, gold light. It pulsed gently, in rhythm with Kalen's own heartbeat. That same day, Kalen noticed a change in themselves. Their fingertips, once pale, now carried the faintest shimmer, like mother of pearl. And when they brushed against a drooping lily, its petals perked up and turned toward them as if greeting a friend. Lyra appeared again that evening, not as a surprise, but as a familiar comfort. She sat beside Kalen on the bench and nodded toward the glowing sprout. "It recognizes you," she said. "The garden within you is waking." "What is happening to me?" Kalen asked, their voice a little stronger than before. "You are remembering who you are," Lyra replied. "Not who you believed you were, the quiet one, the overlooked, but who you have always been beneath the fear. Every act of courage, every moment of self-compassion, will help both you and this garden grow." As the weeks passed, the plant grew taller, developing leaves that changed color with Kalen's moods. When Kalen felt doubtful, the leaves turned a soft, thoughtful blue. When they felt a flicker of joy, the leaves shimmered like sunlight on water. And on the day Kalen helped a lost child find their way home, the plant burst into tiny, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. Kalen themselves continued to change. Their skin now held a subtle luminescence, and flowers seemed to bloom wherever they stepped. Butterflies would alight on their shoulders, as if they were resting on a familiar branch. But the most profound change was happening inside, a slow unfurling like a fern in spring. One afternoon, while sitting beneath the willow, Kalen felt a strange sensation, a gentle pulling, a quiet ache of transformation. That night they dreamt of a cocoon, silken and strong, wrapped lovingly around them. They were not trapped, but resting, changing, being remade in patience and trust. When they awoke, they found that a beautiful, delicate casing of light and woven leaves had formed around their sleeping form. It was not a prison, but a sanctuary, a visible sign of the invisible work being done within. For 3 days and 3 nights, Kalen rested within that gentle cocoon. They could still hear the world outside, the whisper of the wind, the murmur of the stream, the distant laughter of playing children, but it all sounded sweeter, clearer, as if they were hearing it for the first time. On the morning of the 4th day, the cocoon began to dissolve, not by breaking, but by softening, melting away like morning mist. And when Kalen stepped out, they were different. Their form was still their own, but now it glowed with a steady, gentle light. Where before they had felt faint and faded, now they felt real, solid, radiant. Flowers bloomed in their hair, and their eyes held the deep, calm knowing of ancient forests. Waiting for them outside was Lyra, her basket now overflowing with blossoms that had not been there before. "You have done beautifully," she said, her voice full of pride and tenderness. "What happens now?" Kalen asked, their voice clear and musical. Lyra gestured toward the heartseed plant, which had now grown into a small, glorious tree hung with luminous fruits that swayed like lanterns. "Now," she said, "you tend the garden, not just this one, but the garden within others. You help them see their own light, just as you have found yours." Kalen understood. This was not an ending, but a beginning, a new way of being in the world. They reached out and touched one of the fruits. It softened at their touch and split open, releasing hundreds of tiny, glowing seeds into the air. They floated like wishes, like promises, like tiny stars seeking homes in waiting hearts. And so Kalen walked into the world, not as someone who had been completed, but as someone who had learned how to grow. They carried with them the quiet understanding that change is not something to fear, but a gentle, constant metamorphosis, a patient unfolding into who we are meant to be. And in the evenings, when the fireflies rose like living embers from the grass, you could sometimes see Kalen sitting beneath the willow, speaking softly to someone who, like them not so long ago, was waiting patiently for their own transformation to begin. Story 4. The fire crackled in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the worn rug and casting long, gentle shadows that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the flames. Outside, the wind whispered through the ancient oak trees, but inside all was warm and still. And in this quiet space a story unfolds, a story of roots that run deep and memories that sleep in the very air we breathe. In a small house at the edge of a sleepy village lived a young woman named Lyra. Though she had lived there all her life, she often felt as though she were floating, unanchored, like a leaf carried on a breeze. Her grandmother, whom she called Nana, was the keeper of the family's stories, but Lyra had never paid them much mind. They felt like tales from another world, distant and dusty, like the old trunk in the attic she seldom opened. But one evening, as autumn laid its copper veil over the land, Nana called Lyra to her side by the fire. Her hands, wrinkled and gentle as old parchment, held a quilt, a magnificent patchwork of colors and textures, faded with time yet glowing with a soft, inner light. "This," Nana said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow, "is the remembering quilt. Every patch holds a story, every stitch a memory." Lyra traced the squares with her fingertips. Some were embroidered with stars, others with blooming flowers, still others with patterns that seemed to shift and change in the firelight. That night, as Lyra slept, she dreamed. She stood in a moonlit meadow, and before her stood a woman with kind eyes and silver-streaked hair, wearing a dress the color of twilight. She hummed a melody, one Lyra recognized from her earliest memories, a lullaby Nana often sang. "Sleep, little one, under starlight so deep, where the roots of the old stories quietly sleep. Dream of the voices that time cannot keep, and the promises the heart is meant to weep." "Who are you?" Lyra whispered. The woman smiled. "I am the first keeper. I stitched the center square." And she pointed to a patch on the quilt that now seemed to glow in Lyra's mind, a deep blue fabric embroidered with a single silver star. When Lyra awoke, the dream felt more real than the morning light filtering through her window. She went to the quilt which Nana had left folded at the foot of her bed and found the starry patch. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and for a moment she heard the lullaby again, faint as a distant echo. That day, Lyra could think of little else. She carried the quilt with her as she walked through the rustling woods, the autumn leaves crunching softly under her feet. She sat by the creek, its waters murmuring secrets, and spread the quilt over a mossy stone. As the sun dappled through the branches, she closed her eyes and let her fingers wander over the patches. She paused on one, a square of green silk, embroidered with a sprig of rosemary. And again she dreamed while awake. She saw a young woman kneeling in an herb garden, humming the same lullaby. An older woman stood beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Remember, my dear," the older woman said, "rosemary is for remembrance. We use it not only to flavor our food, but to flavor our lives with memory." And then the scene shifted. The young woman was older now, offering a bundle of rosemary to a frightened child during a storm. "Here," she whispered. "Its scent will calm you, and its meaning will remind you you are never alone. Those who came before you are with you still." Lyra opened her eyes, her heart beating softly with a new understanding. The quilt was not just an object, it was a doorway. That evening, she asked Nana about the rosemary patch. Nana's eyes softened. "Ah, that was stitched by your great-great-grandmother, Clara. She was a healer. She believed that memories could be carried not only in stories, but in scents, in touches, in acts of kindness." Lyra spent the next few days exploring the quilt, patch by patch. With each one a new story unfolded. An ancestor would appear to her in a dream, or in the flicker of the fire, or in the rustle of the wind through the pines. She met farmers who spoke to the land, teachers who mended hearts with words, musicians who played melodies that stirred the soul. And always the same lullaby wove through their stories, a thread connecting them all. But one patch troubled her, a square of gray, rough-woven fabric with a single, unfinished stitch. Every time she touched it, she felt a sadness, a sense of something left unresolved. That night she dreamed of a man sitting alone in a small cottage, the fire low. He held a needle and thread, but did not sew. His eyes were distant, full of regret. "Why didn't you finish your stitch?" Lyra asked gently. He looked up, and though he did not speak, she felt his answer in her heart. "I thought I had nothing worth remembering. I thought my life was too small, too plain." When she woke, she knew what she must do. She went to Nana, who was baking bread in the kitchen, the air rich with the scent of yeast and warmth. "The gray patch," Lyra said. "Who was he?" Nana paused, her hands dusted with flour. "That was my grandfather, Leo. He was a quiet man. He felt he had not done anything important enough to be part of the quilt. He left his stitch unfinished as a sign of his humility." "But that's not humility," Lyra said softly. "That's a kind of sorrow." Nana nodded. "Yes, my dear, it is." That evening, Lyra took a needle and thread, the same ones Nana had given her when she was a child, first learning to sew. By the light of the fire, she began to stitch onto the gray patch. She did not embroider a grand design. Instead, she stitched a single curling line, the shape of the creek that ran through their land, the same creek that had murmured to her as she discovered the quilt's magic. As she sewed, she hummed the lullaby. And in the flickering firelight, she thought she saw figures gathering around her, all the keepers of the quilt, all the ancestors whose memories lived in its threads. And among them stood Leo, no longer alone, no longer sad. He placed a hand over his heart and smiled. When she tied the final knot, the quilt seemed to sigh, a gentle release of breath that filled the room with peace. Nana, who had been watching silently, came to sit beside her. "You've done it, my dear. You've reminded us all. Heritage is not only in the grand deeds or the beautiful objects. It is in the simple acts, the kindnesses, the moments of connection. Leo's life was not small. It was woven into the same tapestry as all the others. And now, she said, her voice thick with emotion, so is yours. Lyra realized then that the quilt was not just about remembering the past. It was about understanding that every choice, every act of love, every moment of courage becomes part of the story. Heritage lives not only in what we preserve, but in what we do. That night she slept more deeply than she ever had before. And in her dreams she heard the lullaby once more, sung by many voices, old and young, a chorus across time. Sleep, little one, under starlight so deep, where the roots of the old stories quietly sleep. Dream of the voices that time cannot keep, and the promises the heart is meant to weep. When she awoke, the first light of dawn was painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. She folded the remembering quilt and held it to her chest. She knew now that she was not floating. She was rooted like the ancient oaks outside, whose branches reached for the sky but whose roots ran deep into the earth, holding stories older than memory. And she understood in that quiet, certain way we understand things in the early morning, that she would add her own patch one day. Not because she had to, but because she wanted to. Because she was part of the story, and the story was part of her. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of rain and rosemary. And inside, by the fading embers of the fire, Lyra smiled, knowing that some bonds are never broken, they are only waiting to be remembered. Story 5. Deep within the heart of the world lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first rainfall, and its branches had cradled the earliest stars. Here time moved not in hours but in seasons, not in days but in cycles of rest and renewal. And it was here, on a night when the moon hung like a polished pearl in a velvet sky, that our story begins. A young fox, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves edged with frost, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Sorrel, and though he was clever and quick, a quiet restlessness had settled in his heart. While his den was warm and his belly full, he felt a pull toward something he could not name, a longing to understand the deeper magic that hummed through the forest like a whispered song. The air itself was alive with soft sounds, the gentle patter-patter of last evening's rain still dripping from pine needles, the distant murmur of a brook telling its endless story, the sigh of the wind as it combed through the canopy above. Fireflies drifted like wandering stars, their light a soft gold against the indigo night. But Sorrel's eyes were fixed on the great oak at the center of the meadow, the oldest tree in the wood, its bark silvered by moonlight, its leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wise could understand. It was then that a shadow detached itself from the oak's highest branch, a great horned owl, her feathers the color of twilight and wisdom. She landed soundlessly before Sorrel, her eyes deep and knowing. "You seek something, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. It was not a question. Sorrel dipped his head respectfully. "I hear the forest breathing, Elder One. I feel its dreams, but I do not understand its language." The owl blinked slowly. "Then you must listen not with your ears alone, but with your whole being. Come." She led him away from the clearing, deep into parts of the wood Sorrel had never dared explore. Here the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands, and the floor was a carpet of moss so thick and soft it swallowed all sound. Pale mushrooms glowed with their own inner light, lining the path like tiny lanterns. "Every tree has a story," the owl murmured as they walked. "Scrape your paw gently against that birch and listen." Hesitantly, Sorrel did. A soft, shivering whisper filled the air, the wind on the mountain, the first snow. "Patience, patience." "And now," said the owl, "lay your ear against this stone." The stone was cool and mossy. At first, Sorrel heard nothing. Then a deep rhythmic hum resonated through him, the heart of the earth, slow and steady, we remember. They reached a stream that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. "Kneel," instructed the owl. "Let the water run through your paws." As the icy water flowed around his toes, Sorrel heard it clearly, a bubbling, joyful chatter. "From cloud to mountain, mountain to me, I run to the sea, always moving, always free." Sorrel's eyes widened. "I can hear them, the trees, the stones, the water." The owl gave a soft hoot of approval. "You are learning, but understanding is more than hearing. Watch." She lifted a wing toward a cluster of glowworms nestled in the hollow of a willow. Their blue light pulsed gently, in time with one another. "They speak with light," the owl explained. "Each flicker a word, a feeling. The forest communicates in countless ways, through touch, through sound, through light and shadow. It tells of change, of cycles, of how all things must rest so they may grow again." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Plink, plink, plink. The raindrops gathered on the broad fan of a fern and rolled off, each drop catching the moonlight as it fell. The scent of wet earth and blooming night flowers rose around them, rich and comforting. Under the shelter of a towering pine, the owl continued her lesson. "You felt restless, little fox, because you are part of this cycle. Your spirit knows it is time to learn, to expand. Just as the trees shed their leaves to rest in winter, only to awake in spring with renewed strength, so too must we sometimes let go of what we know to make room for what we may become." Sorrel watched a leaf drift down from above, spinning slowly in the moist air before landing silently on the moss. He understood then. His restlessness wasn't something to fear. It was the forest stirring within him, inviting him to grow. "Thank you, Elder One," he said, his voice full of wonder. The owl nudged him gently with her beak. "The thanks is in the listening. Remember this night when the cold winds blow, when the world seems silent. The forest is always speaking. You need only be still enough to hear." With that, she spread her great wings and lifted into the darkness, leaving Sorrel alone with the whispering trees and the murmuring stream. He made his way back to the starlit clearing, but now everything was different. The rustle of the grass was a greeting, the glow of the fungi a gentle guide, the distant hoot of the owl a blessing. He curled up at the base of the great oak, his fur warmed by the lingering day's heat stored in the wood, and listened. He heard the dreams of the seed sleeping underground, the memory of sunlight stored in every leaf, the slow and steady breath of the forest itself. And as the moon journeyed across the sky, painting everything in silver, Sorrel felt a peace deeper than any sleep settle over him. He was no longer just in the forest, he was of it. And he understood at last that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The rain ceased. The clouds parted. Above, the stars shone clear and bright, guardians of the night. And in the gentle silence, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the little fox closed his eyes, soothed by the heartbeat of the world, and drifted into dreams woven from moonlight and magic. Story 6. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols: a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling: warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking. Maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. "There's a loose stone near the ceiling," she announced. "I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through." But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. "Lumina," he said gently, "if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way? The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try. With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. A little to the left, she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. "Well done," Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. "The stories are safe." But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly. The wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. Story 7. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kalen often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. "He called it an emburst stone. He said it held a memory of light." Kalen turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kalen, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kalen found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kalen followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the ember stone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kalen ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmerglen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kalen at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kalen with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kalen's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. The emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten. "You can talk?" Kalen asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. "Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy, I am fable." Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kalen visited the Glimmerglen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmerglen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. The heart of this place is a great luminy tree, Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerglen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever. Kalen's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. There must be something we can do, he said, the emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. The old stories say the Lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light. Kalen understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the Lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmerglen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kalen to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The Lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kalen approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the emberstone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. And this, he said, his voice full of emotion, this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there. As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the emberstone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire Glimmerglen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kalen's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. You reminded it, Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own. Kalen sat back, watching the Luminous tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmerglen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kalen turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kalen stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kalen nodded, pulling the emberstone from his pocket. It was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmerglen, the amber stream, the wise and kind Fable, and the great Luminous tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror waiting for you to look into it." Kalen knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. Story 8. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations' sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations' sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief. It was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellation's sigh." Perhaps the constellation's sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise. She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. They say, his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart. That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber, but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. The fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling. A state of being. One afternoon, they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single, magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now-dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. Story 10. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young girl named Lyra, whose skin held the soft, pale shimmer of moonlight on water. Each morning she would wake to find tiny new patterns etched upon her arms, delicate swirls like frost on a window pane, or faint speckles like stardust scattered across the night sky. At first these changes frightened her, for she did not understand them. She would wrap herself in long sleeves and avoid the mirrors that hung in the hallways of her little cottage, afraid of what new mark the dawn might bring. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky and the first stars blinked awake, Lyra sat by her window, tracing the silver lines that had appeared along her wrists. They looked like the veins of leaves, delicate and branching. A soft sigh escaped her lips, and as it did, the potted plant on her windowsill, a stubborn little thing that had never once bloomed, shivered. from its center unfurled a single pearl-white petal. The next day, Lyra ventured into her garden, a neglected patch of earth behind her home, where weeds grew tall, and the soil had long forgotten the touch of care. She felt a strange pull to be there, as if the ground itself were calling to her. As she stood uncertainly among the thistles and dried stems, an old woman appeared at the gate. Her hair was the color of spun silver, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of forest pools. "Good morning, little one," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of pages in an old book. "It seems your garden is waiting." Lyra looked down at her hands. "I wouldn't know where to begin." The old woman smiled. "Sometimes," she said gently, "beginning is simply standing still and listening." So Lyra stood there, eyes closed, and listened. She heard the wind combing through the grass, the distant murmur of the creek, and the steady rhythm of her own heart. And as she listened, she felt a warmth spread through her palms. When she opened her eyes, tiny green shoots were pushing through the soil around her feet, rising as if they had been waiting for this very moment. That was the first small victory. Each day thereafter, Lyra returned to the garden. Each day the old woman appeared like a ripple in time, always when Lyra needed guidance most. She never gave instructions, only gentle observations. "Notice how the light changes the color of the petals," she might say, or "the earth remembers every kindness you offer it." Lyra began to tend the garden with quiet devotion. She watered the soil not with haste, but with presence. She whispered to the seeds she planted stories of hope and patience. And as she did, the garden responded in kind. Flowers bloomed in hues that mirrored her emotions, soft blue when she was thoughtful, vibrant gold when she felt joy, gentle lavender when peace settled over her. Vines heavy with silver bells climbed the fence, chiming softly when the wind passed through. And all the while, Lyra's own transformation continued. The patterns on her skin grew more intricate, swirling into designs that resembled constellations, fern leaves, and honeycombs. She began to see them not as something strange, but as a map of her inner world, a beautiful record of her growth. One afternoon, as a gentle rain misted the valley, Lyra discovered a cocoon nestled beneath a broad-leafed plant. It was delicate and translucent, and inside she could see the faint outline of something waiting, breathing. She sat beside it, her own breath slowing to match its patient rhythm. She understood then that some changes cannot be rushed, that transformation requires trust in the unfolding. Days turned to weeks, and the garden flourished into a tapestry of living color and sound. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted through the air, and fruit swelled sweet and heavy on the branches. Lyra realized she was no longer afraid of the changes on her skin. Instead, she welcomed them, curious what new beauty might emerge. On the morning the cocoon finally split open, Lyra was there. A moth with wings like moonlit velvet emerged, trembling slightly before lifting into the air. It circled her once, then twice, as if in gratitude, before flying toward the sun. The old woman appeared then for the last time, her form almost blending with the shimmer of light between the leaves. "You see," she said softly, "you were never meant to stay as you were. You are a garden, always growing, always becoming." Lyra looked at her hands, now adorned with patterns that glowed with a soft, inner light. She understood. The changes were not something to fear or hide. They were proof of life, evidence of grace. That evening, as fireflies began to dot the twilight like floating embers, Lyra sat in the heart of her garden, breathing in the scent of jasmine and damp earth. She knew that this was not an ending, but a beginning, a new chapter in a story that would continue to unfold with each dawn, each choice, each moment of quiet courage. And as the moon rose, painting the world in silver, Lyra smiled. For the first time, she felt not like someone who was changing, but like someone who was truly, fully, and beautifully herself. Story 11. In the quiet village of Sundown Hollow, where the cobblestones glistened with evening dew, and wind chimes sang soft melodies from every cottage eave, there lived a young baker named Rowan. Each evening, as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, Rowan would climb the hill behind the mill to watch the stars emerge. But one autumn twilight, something peculiar happened. The stars began appearing in reverse order. First, the familiar constellations of winter nights blinked into existence where summer stars should have been. Then the North Star glimmered faintly where the evening star usually appeared. Finally, the sky filled with patterns that belonged to dawn rather than dusk. The village children who had been reciting their nightly rhyme, "Star light, star bright, first star I see tonight," found themselves utterly confused, for the first star kept changing each time they looked away. Rowan, whose flour-dusted apron still smelled of cinnamon and nutmeg from the day's baking, noticed something else peculiar. The village's famous color-changing moonflowers, which normally shifted from silver to blue as night deepened, were now cycling through colors backwards, from violet to green to pale yellow, as if time itself had decided to flow in reverse. The next morning, the village awoke to more strange occurrences. Milk delivered at dawn was found to be warmer than when it left the dairy. Bread taken from ovens emerged underdone, only to finish baking as it cooled. An old widow hemlock's prize-winning roses had somehow rewound to buds overnight. "Time is flowing backwards," declared the clockmaker, tapping his spectacles anxiously as his clocks all ticked counterclockwise. "We must do something before we all become children again." But Rowan, who had learned from baking that rushing often ruined the bread, simply observed. While others panicked, the young baker noticed smaller things: how the backward-flowing creek now made a different musical sound against the stones, how the reversed wind made the chimes play new melodies, and how the village's cat seemed particularly fascinated by these changes, batting at the air as if catching moments instead of fireflies. That afternoon, while taking a basket of day-old pastries to the children at the village schoolhouse, which somehow seemed fresher than when baked, Rowan heard them singing an unusual version of their nursery rhyme. "Star dark, star light, last star I see at night. I wish I may, I wish I might. Have the wish I wish tonight, but which night?" Rowan paused, listening as the children debated which star was truly the first or last now. Little Macy, the schoolmaster's daughter, insisted, "The rhyme's all wrong. Grandma's map shows the stars in proper order." Grandma's map. Rowan followed Macy home, where the elderly woman indeed produced a beautifully illustrated star chart, hand-drawn on parchment that smelled of lavender and thyme. "My grandmother made this," she explained, her fingers tracing constellations that seemed to dance under the lamplight. She said the stars sometimes dance to different music, but they always return to their places when they remember the tune. Studying the map, Rowan noticed something the others had missed: tiny arrows indicating not just the stars' positions, but their movement patterns. And in the margin, written in faint ink, was a notation: "When time flows backward, follow the second star to the left and straight on till morning, but which morning?" That evening, as gentle rain began to patter on the rose trellises, and the clock tower chimed what might have been 7 or perhaps 5, no one could quite tell, Rowan gathered the villagers. "I don't think time is broken," the baker explained calmly. "I think it's trying to tell us something." Together they followed Rowan's observations. The reversed flow led them not to catastrophe, but to rediscover forgotten paths through the woods where night-blooming flowers now opened at dawn, revealing dewdrop patterns that looked remarkably like star maps. The backward-running creek had uncovered smooth stones with ancient markings that corresponded to the constellations on Grandma's map. The real breakthrough came when Rowan noticed the village's cats all gathering at the old sundial at precisely what should have been midnight, but felt like late afternoon. There a mother cat had given birth to kittens in the backward-flowing time, and now the tiny creatures were batting at something shimmering in the air, not fireflies, but tiny fragments of starlight that had drifted down from the confused sky. It's the wishing stars, gasped Grandma, her eyes widening. The legend says they sometimes fall to earth when the sky rearranges itself, and they grant not what we wish for, but what we truly need. As the villagers watched, the kittens continued to play with the starlight, which now swirled around the sundial, creating patterns that matched the arrows on the ancient star chart. Rowan, remembering the nursery rhyme, softly murmured, "Star dark, star light, last star I see at night." At that moment, the backward ticking clock tower struck a single, clear chime that echoed through the rain-kissed village. And as if answering the call, the stars above slowly, gracefully, began to rearrange themselves into their proper positions. The moonflowers shifted back to their usual silver blue, and the creek resumed its familiar melody. But something magical remained. The fallen starlight fragments had settled throughout the village, glimmering in rain puddles, clinging to rose petals, nestled in the wind chimes. Wherever they touched, small miracles occurred. The baker's bread rose higher, the clockmaker's clocks kept perfect time, widow hemlock's roses bloomed with colors never seen before, and the children discovered they could now remember their lessons after reading them just once. The backward flow of time had been the universe's way of delivering these gifts. The villagers had simply needed to observe, understand, and accept them, rather than fear the change. That night, as proper stars twinkled above Sundown Hollow, and the gentle rain gave way to a clear sky, the entire village gathered on the hill behind the mill. They revised their nursery rhyme together. Stars above, stars below. Where they come from, we don't know. But when they dance and change their light, they bring us gifts in the quiet night. Rowan smiled, handing out star-shaped cookies iced with silver that shimmered like the fallen starlight. The village had learned that sometimes peculiar happenings weren't problems to be solved, but mysteries to be embraced. And as the wind chimes played a soft lullaby and the distant clock tower kept perfect time once more, the community felt closer than ever before, bound together by shared wonder rather than shared worry. And high above, the stars twinkled in approval, their light now steady and sure, each in its proper place, watching over the village where time had briefly danced backwards but had ultimately moved forward, in friendship, understanding, and the gentle rhythm of a community that had learned to listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts. Story 12. The stars outside the viewport shimmered like scattered sugar crystals across the velvet darkness of space. Inside the small observation dome, two figures sat in comfortable silence, their forms illuminated by the gentle glow of floating orbs that pulsed with soft, golden light. One was Kalen, a being from the crystalline world of Veridia. His form seemed to be made of living quartz that shifted colors with his moods, soft blues for contentment, gentle greens for curiosity, and warm ambers for joy. When he moved, he produced the faintest chiming sound, like wind stirring through delicate glass wind chimes. The other was Lyra, who hailed from the harmonic oceans of Melodia. Her skin had the shifting iridescence of soap bubbles, and her large, luminous eyes changed hue with her emotions. Instead of speaking, she communicated through soft, melodic hums that resonated in the air around her, creating visible ripples of sound that Kalen had learned to interpret. They had met by accident 3 lunar cycles ago, when both their vessels had taken shelter in the same asteroid field during a particularly violent solar flare storm. Kalen's ship had sustained damage to its energy core, while Lyra's navigation system had been scrambled by the electromagnetic pulses. Drifting helplessly, they had sent out distress signals in their unique ways, Kalen with pulsing light patterns, Lyra with harmonic frequencies. Somehow, miraculously, they had understood each other's cries for help. Now they found themselves together in this abandoned way station, a forgotten relic from some ancient spacefaring civilization. The station itself was built around a massive natural crystal formation that extended through multiple levels, its interior glowing with a soft, internal light that provided both illumination and warmth. Kalen had discovered that by gently tapping certain points on the crystal walls, He could create resonances that Lyra could then shape into beautiful, complex harmonies. Together they had turned one of the larger chambers into their sanctuary, a garden of light and sound where crystalline structures grew in intricate patterns, responding to their combined energies. Their friendship had grown slowly, nurtured through patient efforts to understand one another. At first, there had been comical misunderstandings. Once, Kalen had flashed a rapid pattern of orange and red lights to express his excitement about discovering a new chamber, only to learn that on Lyra's world, those colors signaled grave danger. She had responded with a discordant, panicked hum that made the crystals vibrate uncomfortably, until Kalen quickly shifted to calming blues and greens. Another time, Lyra had hummed a particular ascending scale that in her culture meant "I am hungry," but to Kalen's light-based language, it translated as "I am dissolving." He had frantically tried to stabilize her molecular structure with beams of stabilizing energy until they both realized the mistake and shared what might be considered laughter. Kalen's form shimmering with rainbow patterns, while Lyra produced harmonic bubbles that floated around the room. Their greatest collaboration had been the creation of the stargazing nook in the highest dome of the station. Kalen had grown crystalline lenses that could magnify the light of distant stars, while Lyra had tuned the acoustics of the space so that the vibrations of faraway cosmic events could be heard as gentle, musical whispers. It was here they often spent their evenings, watching the dance of distant suns and nebulae, communicating in their blended language of light and sound. One evening, as they watched a particularly beautiful nebula bloom like a watercolor painting in the darkness, Lyra noticed Kalen's light patterns had become subdued, shifting to muted lavenders and soft grays. She hummed a questioning tone, tinted with concern. Kalen responded with a slow pulse of light that Lyra had come to understand meant memory or longing. He then began to create patterns against the crystal surface beside him, images formed of light that told a story. He showed his homeworld with its forests of singing crystals that changed color with the seasons. He showed his family, their crystalline forms interconnected in complex patterns of light. And he showed the tradition they had. Each night they would gather at the peak of the highest crystal spire and combine their light to create beautiful patterns that could be seen from space, a daily message to the universe that said, "We are here and we are together." Lyra understood then the source of his melancholy. She responded with her own story, creating harmonic images in the air that showed her underwater cities on Melodia, where families gathered each evening to create communal songs that traveled through the liquid atmosphere, a symphony that celebrated their connection to each other and to their world. They sat in silence for a time, watching the stars wheel slowly past the dome. Then an idea began to form between them, as ideas often did, first as a subtle shift in Kalen's coloring toward thoughtful indigo, then as a curious harmonic query from Lyra. What if they created their own evening tradition? A combined expression of light and sound that celebrated their friendship across the stars. With renewed energy, they set to work. Kalen began growing special crystals that could capture and amplify sound, while Lyra worked on harmonizing frequencies that could trigger specific light responses from the crystalline structures. They worked through the station's night cycle, their collaboration filled with moments of trial and error, of misunderstandings that led to unexpected discoveries, and of quiet achievements that filled their sanctuary with beauty. There was the time Lyra hummed a frequency she intended to make a crystal bloom into a flower-like shape, but instead caused it to multiply into hundreds of tiny, glittering fragments that floated around them like stardust. And the time Kalen tried to create a gentle pulsing light to guide Lyra's harmonics, but instead produced a strobe effect that made them both temporarily disoriented, resulting in what they had come to think of as shared laughter. Slowly, patiently, they learned each other's ways. Kalen discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through specific harmonic intervals, and he learned to create light patterns that mimicked these musical relationships. Lyra found that certain color sequences represented comforting concepts in Kalen's culture, and she incorporated these into her sound vibrations. By the time the station's artificial dawn cycle began, a soft brightening of the crystal lights throughout the structure, they had created something truly special. That evening, as the stars emerged once more in the viewport, they activated their creation. The entire chamber began to glow with soft, pulsing light that flowed in rhythm with Lyra's harmonics. Crystalline structures responded to specific notes by growing delicate, intricate patterns that caught and refracted the light into rainbows that danced across the walls. The air itself seemed to vibrate with visible sound waves that carried both color and music in a beautiful synthesis. They had created a language that was entirely their own, a conversation of light and sound that needed no translation. As they sat together watching their creation unfold, something magical happened. The particular combination of frequencies and light patterns began to resonate with the station's main crystal core, amplifying their signal and sending it pulsing out into space, a message of friendship that traveled at the speed of light through the cosmos. They didn't know this, of course. They only knew the joy of their shared creation, the comfort of their friendship, and the peace that comes from understanding and being understood. Weeks passed, and their bond deepened. They learned to anticipate each other's needs, to comfort each other's moments of homesickness, to celebrate small discoveries together. The station, once cold and empty, had become a home filled with warmth and beauty, their sanctuary between the stars. One night, as they watched a meteor shower paint silver trails across the darkness, Lyra noticed something unusual. A new pattern had appeared among the stars, a delicate sequence of lights that pulsed in a rhythm that felt strangely familiar. She hummed a questioning tone, and Kalen shifted his attention to where she indicated. His form immediately began to shimmer with recognition and excitement. The pattern out there in the darkness, it was using their language. The combined language of light and sound they had created together. Someone or something had heard their message and was responding. With trembling lights and harmonics, they worked together to craft a response, combining their energies to send a welcoming message back into the void. As they worked, they realized that their creation had become more than just a way to communicate with each other. It had become a bridge, a universal language that could connect beings across the vast distances of space. In the days that followed, the mysterious star patterns continued, slowly growing more complex as the distant beings learned their language. New friendships were forming across light years, all because two lonely beings from different worlds had chosen to understand each other. The station became a place of pilgrimage for other space travelers who had detected the beautiful signals. Beings of light, creatures of sound, entities of pure energy, all drawn by the message of friendship that Kalen and Lyra continued to broadcast each evening from their crystalline sanctuary. And each night as the stars emerged, the friends would retreat to their observation dome, joined often now by others who had learned their language. Together they would watch the cosmos unfold its wonders, communicating in their blended language of kindness that needed no translation. For they had discovered the greatest truth of the universe, that friendship is not about speaking the same language, but about listening with the heart. That differences are not barriers, but opportunities for beautiful new creations. And that across the vast, star-filled darkness of space, the warm light of connection can always find a way to bridge any distance. As the station turned slowly through the star-dusted velvet of space, its crystalline gardens glowing with the soft light of friendship, the two friends sat together, one shimmering with contented blue patterns, the other humming gentle harmonies of peace, watching the endless, wonderful, connection-filled universe unfold before them together. Story 13. Deep within the heart of the world, where the moon casts its longest shadows and the stars gather like old friends, there lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. Here time moved not in hours or days, but in the gentle rhythms of seasons and the soft whispers of growing things. The air itself hummed with a quiet magic, and every leaf, stone, and droplet of dew held stories older than memory. On one such velvet night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a silver pearl, a young hedgehog named Bramble found himself unable to sleep. Though his cozy burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak was warm and safe, a restless feeling had settled in his heart. The autumn winds had begun to whisper of change, and Bramble felt the coming cold like a question he couldn't answer. Quietly he emerged into the moonlit clearing where bluebell flowers glowed with their own soft light, casting ethereal patterns upon the mossy ground. The air carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a fragrance both sweet and melancholy. Somewhere nearby a stream murmured secrets to the stones in its path, while the trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling like pages turning in some great living book. It was then that Bramble noticed the old owl watching him from a branch of the silver birch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of star-filled skies. This was Sylvana, keeper of the forest's oldest wisdom, who had watched over Eldermere through countless turnings of seasons. "You are troubled, little one," she said, her voice like wind moving through pine needles. "The forest feels your unrest." Bramble shuffled his paws. "I don't understand the changing," he confessed. "The world is preparing to sleep, but my heart wants to stay awake. How can everything just stop?" Sylvana's feathers ruffled softly. "Come," she murmured. "The forest has answers for those who know how to listen." She led him along a path dappled with moonlight, where mushrooms glowed with pale green light and spiderwebs glittered with dew. As they walked, Sylvana taught Bramble how to listen, not just with his ears, but with his whole being. "Place your paw upon this stone," she instructed when they reached a smooth, gray rock veined with silver. Bramble did so, and to his astonishment, he felt a deep, steady hum, the stone's memory of ancient mountains and patient endurance. "Now listen to the stream," she whispered. Bramble crouched by the water's edge, where it chuckled over mossy stones. As he focused, the babbling began to form patterns, like a language of joy and movement that never ceased, even when frozen in winter's grasp. Finally, she guided him to the oldest tree in the forest, a mighty willow whose branches swept the ground like a curtain of living silver. "Press your ear to her bark," Sylvana said softly. Bramble did, and heard what sounded like a slow, deep heartbeat, and then something more. Whispers of seasons past, of saplings that had become giants, of nests built and fledglings flown, of rings growing ever outward while roots dug ever deeper. "The forest never truly sleeps," Sylvana explained as they continued their walk. "It simply changes its breathing. What appears to be an ending is merely a turning, a chance to gather dreams beneath the snow, to store strength for the bursting forth to come." As if to illustrate her words, they entered a clearing where the air shimmered with drifting motes of light, tiny fairies dancing with fireflies, their movements creating patterns that told stories of growth and renewal. The very air seemed to vibrate with their gentle energy. "But how will I know when it's time to rest?" Bramble asked, watching the magical display with wide eyes. "The forest will tell you," Sylvana said. "Listen to the slowing of the sap in the trees. Feel the deeper chill that speaks of coming snow. Notice how the animals begin to store away their busyness like nuts stored for winter. These are not signs of ending, but of preparation for a different kind of magic." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered upon leaves like countless tiny drums. Bramble watched as droplets caught the moonlight, becoming falling stars that nourished the earth. The sound was hypnotic, soothing, and he felt his restlessness beginning to melt away. They took shelter beneath a canopy of pine, where the needles formed a fragrant roof. The rain created a symphony around them, the deep percussion as drops found puddles, the high chime as they struck stones, the soft shush as they filtered through layers of leaves. "Each season has its own music," Sylvana said quietly. "Spring sings with birdsong and new streams. Summer hums with bees and rustling leaves. Autumn whispers with falling foliage and migrating wings. And winter plays the grandest instrument of all, the great silence from which all sound is born." As the rain eased, a mist began to rise from the warm earth, curling around tree trunks like ghostly ribbons. Through the haze, Bramble saw the bioluminescent fungi brighten their glow, creating pathways of light that wove through the forest floor. "Follow the lights," Sylvana encouraged. "They will show you something wonderful." Bramble moved slowly along the glowing trail, his small paws making no sound on the damp moss. The lights led him to a hidden grove where the mist had gathered most thickly. There in the center stood a circle of ancient stones covered in soft green moss. As Bramble watched, the mist began to swirl and shape itself into forms, trees growing and blooming, animals playing, seasons turning in a silent, beautiful dance. He realized he was witnessing the forest's dreams, the memories and hopes that would sustain it through the sleeping time. He saw spring flowers pushing through snow, baby birds testing new wings, fawns taking first steps on wobbly legs, all the promise that lay dormant beneath winter's blanket. When the vision faded, Bramble found that his heart felt different. The anxiety had been replaced by a quiet wonder. He understood now that rest wasn't an ending, but a gathering, a time to store strength and dreams for the renewal to come. Sylvana joined him as he made his way back to his burrow. The moon had begun its descent, and the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender. "Remember," the owl said softly as Bramble paused at his doorway, "the magic of Eldermere is never gone, it simply changes form. The trees may lose their leaves, but their roots dream deeper. The stream may freeze, but its music continues beneath the ice. And you, little friend, may sleep, but your heart will keep watch with the stars." Bramble nodded, his eyes heavy but his spirit light. "Thank you, Sylvana, I understand now." The wise owl inclined her head. "Sleep well and dream of spring." With a soft rustle of feathers, she melted back into the forest shadows. As Bramble settled into his burrow, he listened to the outside world one last time. The wind sighed through the pines, a distant owl called to its mate, the last raindrops fell from leaves with gentle plinks. These sounds wove themselves into a lullaby that eased him towards sleep. He now heard the forest not as something that was ending, but as something that was breathing, in and out, wakefulness and rest, giving and receiving. The tension had left him, replaced by a deep trust in the cycles that had turned long before he was born and would continue long after. As sleep finally claimed him, Bramble dreamed not of absence but of potential, of seeds sleeping in the earth, of buds waiting on branches, of eggs nestled in hidden nests. He understood that he too was part of this great, breathing mystery, that his rest was not withdrawal from the world, but participation in its deepest magic. Outside, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, each one a perfect, silent promise against the darkening sky. They settled on mossy stones, on sleeping flowers, on the still warm earth, weaving a blanket of white over the dreaming forest. And deep below, in roots and burrows and frozen streams, the magic of Eldermere gathered itself, patient and certain, waiting for the turning that would always, always come. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden leaves in an autumn breeze. Outside, the world was wrapped in the deep velvet of night, but here, within these walls, all was safe and warm. So settle in, dear listener, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul, a hidden world, and the gentle glow that guides us when we feel most lost. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and he often felt as though he were watching the world from behind a faint pane of glass. While other children raced through the meadows chasing butterflies or built forts among the tree roots, Kalen preferred to sit by the stream, listening to its watery song and tracing patterns in the damp earth with a stick. You see, Kalen carried a quiet sadness within him, a feeling that he didn't quite belong, that he was waiting for something he couldn't name. His grandmother, with her wise, crinkled eyes, would often say, "Some souls are like seeds planted in winter, my dear. They need a little more time in the dark before they remember how to grow." One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Kalen wandered further into the forest than usual. The air grew cool and carried the scent of pine needles and damp soil. Fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the gathering dusk, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out a question to the night. It was then that Kalen noticed something unusual, a soft, pulsing glow coming from behind an ancient oak tree whose roots twisted above the ground like sleeping serpents. Curiosity overcoming his usual caution, he carefully made his way toward the light. There, nestled in a bed of velvety moss, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and warm to the touch, and it glowed with a gentle inner light that reminded him of embers in a dying fire. As he reached out to touch it, the stone seemed to hum with a quiet energy that vibrated through his fingertips and straight into his heart. Without quite knowing why, Kalen picked up the stone and cradled it in his hands. The glow intensified slightly, pulsing in a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. As he stood there in the darkening forest, a strange thing happened. The world around him seemed to shift and shimmer, like sunlight on water. The trees appeared to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost, but not quite, understandable. Suddenly, a small creature stepped out from behind the oak tree. It stood about knee-high to Kalen, with fur the color of twilight and ears that twitched with curiosity. Its eyes were large and luminous, and they fixed upon the glowing stone in Kalen's hands with clear recognition. "You found it," the creature said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "The Heartstone has been waiting for you." Kalen, too surprised to be frightened, could only stare. "Waiting for me," he finally managed to whisper. The creature nodded, its whiskers quivering. "I am Fig," it said with a small bow. "And you must be the one who can hear the world's quiet songs. The Heartstone glows for those who listen with more than just their ears." Fig explained that the stone was a key to a world that existed just beside our own, a place where the boundaries between living things were thinner, where communication flowed not just in words but in feelings, scents, and subtle energies. This hidden world was in trouble, Fig told him with sorrow in its large eyes. The connection was fading, the colors were dimming, and the ancient understandings were being forgotten. "The Heartstone chose you," Fig said, placing a small paw on Kalen's hand. "It responds to those with open hearts and quiet minds. Will you help us?" Kalen looked down at the stone glowing warmly in his palms, then at the earnest creature before him. For the first time in his life, he felt not like an outsider looking in, but like someone who had been found. "Yes," he said, his voice firmer than he expected. "I'll help." And so began Kalen's journey, a journey that would transform him as surely as fire transforms wood, leaving him changed in fundamental ways while revealing the essential truth of who he had always been. Fig led him to a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a circle of ancient stones draped in silvery moss, where the air hummed with unseen energy. With the Heartstone glowing brightly in his hands, Kalen watched as Fig performed a series of delicate movements, tracing patterns in the air that left faint trails of light behind. The world seemed to take a deep breath and then exhale, and suddenly the forest around them was both the same and completely different. The colors were richer, deeper. The greens of the leaves shimmered with silver, the browns of the tree trunks glowed with copper highlights, and flowers Kalen had never seen before bloomed in impossible colors that seemed to sing. The air itself tasted different, like honey and starlight and the clean scent after rain. This is the Glimmerwood, Fig said softly. Or what remains of it. As they walked, Fig explained that the balance of this world was maintained through connection, between all living things, between light and shadow, between sound and silence. But lately, the connections had been weakening. Colors were fading to gray in patches, sounds were becoming muffled, and a general melancholy had settled over the land. The Heartstone can help restore the balance, Fig said, but it needs a guide, someone who can help it remember how to shine fully. That is why it called to you. Their first task led them to the Whispering Marsh, where the reeds normally sang harmonious melodies that kept the waters clear and sweet. But now their song was discordant, sad, and out of tune. The water had grown stagnant, and a gray film covered everything. Kalen stood at the edge of the marsh, the Heartstone warm in his hands. "What should I do?" he asked Fig. "Listen," the creature replied simply. "Not with your ears alone, listen with your whole self." So Kalen closed his eyes and did just that. He let the discomfort of the discordant songs wash over him without fighting it. He noticed how the sadness in the reed's music echoed the loneliness he sometimes felt in himself. Without thinking, he began to hum, a soft, simple melody that rose from somewhere deep within him. As he hummed, the Heartstone in his hands glowed brighter, and its light spread across the marsh like a gentle wave. The reeds slowly stilled their discordant singing and began to listen. Then one by one they joined his melody, their voices blending and harmonizing until the air itself seemed to vibrate with healing music. The gray film on the water dissolved, and the water began to flow clear and clean once more. Color returned to the marsh, emerald greens, sapphire blues, and vibrant purples blooming across the landscape. Kalen opened his eyes to see Fig smiling, its twilight-colored fur seeming to shimmer with happiness. "You see," Fig said. "You knew what to do all along." As they continued their journey, Kalen and Fig encountered other areas where the connection had weakened. In the Valley of Echoes, where stones normally remembered and retold ancient stories, they had fallen silent. Kalen sat among them, the Heartstone pulsing softly, and began to tell stories of his own, small memories from his life, moments of kindness he had witnessed, fragments of dreams he'd had. One by one, the stones began to remember their own stories, adding their voices to his until the valley hummed with shared history. In the Grove of Light, where floating orbs of gentle illumination normally danced between trees, they now hung motionless and dim. Kalen simply stood among them, holding the Heartstone high, and remembered moments when he had felt joy, the warmth of his grandmother's hug, the taste of fresh berries in summer, the sound of his own laughter. The stone glowed ever brighter, and slowly the orbs began to move again, their light intensifying, dancing around Kalen and Fig in patterns of pure delight. With each challenge they faced, Kalen discovered something new about himself. He learned that his quiet nature wasn't a weakness, but a different kind of strength. His ability to listen deeply, to notice small details others missed, to sit with discomfort without rushing to fix it, these were gifts that the Glimmerwood needed. And as he helped restore connections in this hidden world, he felt connections forming within himself as well. The loneliness that had lived in his heart like a small, cold stone began to warm and dissolve. He realized that he had always been connected to the world around him, to other people, to something larger than himself. He just hadn't known how to feel it. One evening, as they rested near a stream that sang with liquid music, Fig turned to Kalen with serious eyes. "There is one place left, the Heartwood Grove. It is where the oldest trees grow and where the connections are deepest. If the fading has reached there, the entire Glimmerwood may be in true danger." The next morning they set out for the Heartwood Grove. As they approached, Kalen could feel the difference immediately. The air grew still and heavy, and the vibrant colors of the Glimmerwood faded to muted shades. When they entered the grove itself, Kalen's breath caught in his chest. The great trees, which should have been radiating wisdom and strength, stood with drooping branches. Their bark was pale, and their leaves, though still attached, had turned the gray of forgotten memories. The silence was profound, not a peaceful silence, but the silence of absence, of something essential missing. "What's wrong with them?" Kalen whispered, his hand tightening around the heartstone, which glowed with a concerned, flickering light. Fig's ears drooped. "They have forgotten how to remember," it said sadly. "The oldest trees hold the memories of everything, seasons turning, stories unfolding, life beginning and ending and beginning again. But something has broken their connection to the past, and without memories they cannot understand the present or anticipate the future." Kalen walked slowly to the center of the grove and placed his hand on the trunk of the largest tree. Its bark felt dry and brittle beneath his fingertips. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his feelings, the way he had learned to do during their journey. What he found was not exactly emptiness, but confusion, a swirling fog of disconnected images and sensations without meaning or context. It was like trying to read a book with the pages all mixed up, or listening to a song where the notes were all out of order. The heartstone in his other hand pulsed warmly, and an idea began to form in Kalen's mind. He remembered how his grandmother would tell him stories of his family, of his great-grandfather who sailed across oceans, of his great-aunt who could heal with herbs, of generations stretching back through time. These stories had made him feel part of something larger, had given him roots. "Fig," he said, "I think I know what to do, but I'll need your help." He asked Fig to gather others from the glimmerwood, the reeds from the marsh, the stones from the valley, the light orbs from the grove, and any other creatures who would come. As Fig hurried off, Kalen sat at the base of the great tree, the heartstone cradled in his lap, and began to remember. He remembered everything he had experienced since finding the stone, the marsh coming back to life, the valley finding its voice, the grove rediscovering its light. He remembered moments from his life before, lessons learned, kindnesses given and received, challenges overcome. He poured all these memories into the heartstone, which glowed ever brighter, becoming almost too warm to hold. Slowly, beings from throughout the glimmerwood began to arrive. They gathered in a circle around the ancient trees, watching Kalen with curious, hopeful eyes. Then Kalen began to speak. He didn't tell a story with a beginning, middle, and end. Instead, he offered fragments, a moment of courage here, an act of kindness there, a realization, a connection, a hope. As he spoke, the heartstone pulsed with light, and that light spread to the gathered beings. One by one, they added their own memories to the sharing. The reeds offered melodies of resilience, the stones offered stories of endurance, the light orbs offered patterns of joy. Even Fig shared memories of friendship and loyalty. The shared memories swirled through the grove like leaves caught in a gentle wind, slowly settling onto the ancient trees. As they did, color began to return to the bark, rich browns, deep greens, vibrant golds. The leaves shook off their gray coating and emerged in brilliant autumn hues. The branches straightened, reaching toward the sky with renewed strength. But the largest tree, the one Kalen had first touched, still seemed troubled, its memories not quite settling into place. Kalen approached it again, placing both hands on its trunk, the heartstone pressed between his palm and the bark. He thought about his own journey, how he had felt disconnected and alone, how finding the heartstone and helping the glimmerwood had helped him find connections he hadn't known were there. He realized that the tree's problem wasn't just about remembering. It was about understanding how memories connect to form meaning. So he did something simple but profound. He told the tree his story. Not just the events, but the feelings, the loneliness, the curiosity, the fear, the growing confidence, the friendship with Fig, the joy of helping, the realization that he belonged. As he spoke, the heartstone glowed with a steady, sure light that seeped into the tree's ancient wood. There was a moment of perfect silence, and then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. Its leaves rustled with what sounded like a sigh of relief and recognition. The memories that had been swirling disconnectedly suddenly fell into place, creating a tapestry of understanding that stretched back through centuries. The entire grove seemed to take a deep breath and then exhale, and with that exhalation, balance was restored. The colors became vibrant, the air clear and sweet, the connections between all things strong and sure. Kalen stepped back, watching in wonder as the glimmerwood came fully back to life around him. Fig came to stand beside him, placing a small paw on his leg. "You did it," Fig said, its voice filled with warmth. "You helped the Heartstone remember how to shine, and in doing so, you helped all of us remember how to be." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand, which now glowed with a steady, confident light. "I think I remembered how to shine too," he said softly. As night fell over the glimmerwood, the light orbs danced in complex, joyful patterns overhead, casting shifting shadows that told stories of their own. Kalen and Fig sat beneath the great tree, sharing a meal of sweet berries and cool stream water. "You can stay, you know," Fig said after a comfortable silence. "The glimmerwood would welcome you." Kalen smiled but shook his head gently. "My place is in both worlds, I think, but I'll come back. I know the way now." Fig nodded understandingly. "The connection works both ways. Now that you've found it, you can never truly lose it." When it was time to leave, Kalen followed Fig back to the circle of ancient stones. The Heartstone glowed warmly in his hand, but as he stepped through the veil back into his own world, he felt it cool slightly, its light dimming to a soft pulse. He emerged into the forest near his village just as dawn was breaking. The world looked the same trees, the same stream, the same path home, but everything felt different. He felt different. When he arrived home, his grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You've been on a journey," she said, not as a question but as a statement. Kalen nodded, climbing the steps to sit beside her. "I found what I was waiting for," he said. She placed a warm hand over his. "I rather thought you would." From that day on, Kalen carried the Heartstone with him wherever he went, tucked safely in his pocket. Its gentle pulse reminded him that he was connected, to the world around him, to the people in his life, to the hidden magic that exists just beside what we can't see. He still enjoyed quiet moments by the stream, but now he listened with more than just his ears. He heard the stories the water told, understood the wisdom the wind carried, noticed the small miracles of growth and connection happening all around him. And sometimes, when the light was just right, he would catch a glimpse of a small creature with twilight-colored fur watching him from the edge of the forest, and he would smile, knowing that friendship and magic were never farther than a willing heart. The fire has burned low now, its embers glowing with the same steady warmth as Kalen's Heartstone. The night is deep and quiet outside, wrapped in velvet darkness, but here in this room all is safe and warm. May your dreams be filled with hidden groves and gentle lights, with connections that comfort and stories that sustain. And may you always remember that even the quietest heart has its own particular magic, its own way of shining in the darkness. Sleep well, dear listener, and know that you too are part of something wonderful. Story 15. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of baking bread and the distant mountains wore crowns of mist, there lived a young stargazer named Finn. Every evening as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, and the wind chimes in the gardens began their soft, tinkling songs, Finn would climb the winding staircase to the rooftop observatory. There, with a warm cup of chamomile tea steaming beside him, he would carefully sketch the constellations that glittered above like scattered diamonds. But one autumn evening, as a gentle rain began to patter against the slate roofs and window panes, Finn noticed something peculiar. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a graceful bird in flight, was missing one of its stars. The swan's left wingtip, usually marked by a particularly brilliant star named Lyra, had simply vanished from the sky. Finn rubbed his eyes and peered again through his brass telescope. The space where Lyra should have been was an empty, dark patch, a hole in the tapestry of the night. He checked his star charts, his grandmother's old astronomy books, even the nursery rhyme the village children sang. When the silver swan takes flight, 7 stars burn ever bright. If one should fade or disappear, the turning year holds nothing dear. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz with the strange occurrence. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and the baker, whose cinnamon buns were the fluffiest in 3 counties, claimed he'd seen the missing star fall into the whispering woods. The librarian, a woman with spectacles as thick as bottle bottoms, insisted it was all nonsense, that the star had simply been obscured by clouds. But that evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 and the wind chimes stirred in the breeze, another star was missing. This time it was from the constellation of the Grumbling Bear. The village grew uneasy. The gentle rain that usually soothed them to sleep now seemed to carry whispers of worry. Finn, with his kind heart and curious mind, decided to investigate. He packed a basket with a loaf of still-warm bread, a wedge of cheese, a flask of sweet apple cider, and his grandmother's star-stitched blanket. As he stepped into the cobblestone streets, the scent of wet earth and blooming night-blooming jasmine filled the air. His first stop was the bakery, where the baker, flour-dusting his apron like fresh snow, told Finn he'd seen the star shoot toward the old stone bridge. "It was brighter than my oven at full flame," he exclaimed, waving a rolling pin for emphasis. Following this red herring, Finn journeyed to the stone bridge that arched over the bubbling creek. But instead of a star, he found a family of otters playing in the rain-swollen waters, their joyful chirps mixing with the gurgle of the stream. One of the pups had found a smooth, luminous stone that shone with a soft inner light. It wasn't a star, but it was a delightful discovery, a moonstone said to bring sweet dreams to those who kept it under their pillow. Finn smiled, tucked the stone into his pocket for the village children, and continued on. Next, he visited the library, where the librarian pointed a stern finger toward a dusty old book of nursery rhymes. "Page 42, she said. "The rhyme about the weeping willow and the lost locket. I've always thought it held astronomical secrets." Finn spent a cozy hour by the fireplace in the library nook, reading the rhyme. It spoke of a tree that wept diamonds and a locket that held the key to forgotten time. Intrigued, he went to the ancient willow by the duck pond. But instead of diamonds or lockets, he found that the tree's tears were actually dewdrops caught in its trailing leaves, glittering in the moonlight. And nestled in the hollow of its trunk was a lost necklace belonging to the mayor's wife, who had been searching for it for weeks. Another red herring had led to a happy reunion. As the days passed, more stars continued to vanish. The village was now wrapped in a soft, curious suspense. Finn noticed other peculiarities. The clock tower sometimes chimed backwards, and the flowers in the window boxes changed color from blue to pink and back again overnight. But he also observed that the missing stars always belonged to constellations mentioned in nursery rhymes, or depicted on the old map painted on the ceiling of the town hall. One evening, as Finn sat in his observatory, tracing the patterns with a sigh, he heard a faint, melodic humming. It seemed to come from the direction of the whispering woods. Following the sound, he ventured into the forest, where the trees stood like silent sentinels, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and damp moss. The gentle rain had ceased, leaving behind a world washed clean and sparkling. Deep in the heart of the woods, he found a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood a small stone cottage, its windows glowing with a soft, golden light. The humming grew louder, and as Finn approached, the door creaked open to reveal an elderly woman with hair as white as starlight and eyes that twinkled like the Milky Way. I wondered when you'd find your way here, dear boy, she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. I am the keeper of moments. She invited Finn inside, where a fire crackled in the hearth, and the walls were covered with shelves holding countless hourglasses, each filled with shimmering, sand-like stardust. Finn's eyes widened as he realized that each hourglass contained one of the missing stars, glowing softly from within. Why have you taken them? Finn asked, not with accusation, but with genuine curiosity. The old woman sighed, stirring a pot of lavender-scented tea. Time has been flowing backwards in patches, you see, little ripples in the fabric of the world. I've been gathering the stars to mend the tears, but I'm old, and my hands aren't as steady as they used to be. I can't seem to put them back in the right order. Finn's heart swelled with empathy. He sat beside her and gently took her wrinkled hand. Perhaps you don't have to do it alone, he said softly. The whole village could help. We have maps and rhymes and kind hearts. And so Finn returned to Starlight Hollow with the Keeper of Moments. The villagers gathered in the town square under the now sparse night sky and listened as Finn explained the situation. There was no anger, only understanding. The baker brought warm pastries, the librarian brought books of poetry and patterns, and the children sang the old nursery rhymes that held clues to the stars' proper places. Together they worked through the night. The clock tower chimed forwards and backwards, guiding them. The wind chimes played melodies that matched the rhythms of the constellations. Using the old map on the ceiling and the rhymes passed down through generations, they carefully helped the keeper return each star to its rightful place. As the last star, Lyra, the wingtip of the silver swan, was settled back into the sky, a collective sigh of relief and wonder swept through the village. The stars seemed to burn brighter than ever, and the strange occurrences ceased. The flowers stayed their proper colors, and the clock tower chimed true. But the greatest change was in the villagers themselves. They had come together, united by curiosity and kindness, and had forged a deeper bond with each other and with the mysterious Keeper of Moments, who decided to move her cottage to the edge of the village so she would never be lonely again. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, listening to the gentle rain return and the distant chimes singing their soft lullabies, he smiled. The mystery had been solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the warmth of community. And in his pocket, the moonstone from the creek glowed softly, ready to gift sweet dreams to the next child who needed them. Under the perfectly complete canopy of stars, the village of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, each heart wrapped in the comfort of togetherness and the gentle magic of a world where every mystery led to a deeper connection. Story 16. Deep within the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight filters through the canopy like liquid silver, there exists a world that only reveals itself when the sun has long since retired. Here the trees stand as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the air hums with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Thistle found himself unable to sleep. His cozy burrow, usually a haven of warmth and dreams, felt strangely restless. A soft, persistent glow from beyond his doorway called to him, a gentle, pulsing light that seemed to beat in time with his own curious heart. Wrapping a cloak of dried leaves about his shoulders, he ventured out into the moon-drenched clearing. The forest was alive with whispers. The stream murmured secrets to the smooth stones lining its banks, while the ferns swayed in a language known only to the wind. Thistle's small paws made no sound on the mossy carpet as he followed the shimmering trail of foxfire mushrooms that lit his path like tiny lanterns. "You are awake when others dream," came a voice as soft as owl feathers brushing against the night. Thistle turned to see an old owl perched on a low-hanging branch of the great oak, her feathers the color of twilight and her eyes holding the patience of countless seasons. She was known to the forest dwellers as Elder Moonwing, and she had watched over these woods since the first acorn took root. "I couldn't sleep," Thistle admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "The forest feels different tonight." Moonwing blinked slowly. "The moon is waning, little one. Her light grows faint, and with it, the magic that sustains our nocturnal world dims. The bioluminescent fungi glow less brightly, the stream's song grows quieter, and even the stones seem to hold their breath." Thistle's spines prickled with concern. "Is there nothing to be done?" The owl's gaze drifted toward a circle of standing stones at the center of the clearing, where moonlight pooled like quicksilver. "There is a way," she said, her voice taking on the rhythm of a gentle chant. "But it requires listening, true listening, to the language of the forest. The trees must share their memories, the stream its melodies, and the stones their ancient vibrations. Only when these harmonies align can the moon's energy be renewed." Thistle's eyes widened. "Can I help?" Moonwing nodded. "You have a gentle heart and quiet footsteps. These are gifts. Go to the whispering willow first, place your ear against her trunk and listen. Then follow where the stream leads you." With newfound purpose, Thistle set off toward the willow tree that stood at the water's edge, her branches trailing like silvery hair in the breeze. As he drew near, the leaves began to rustle, not with wind, but with intention. He pressed his ear to the smooth, cool bark and listened. At first, there was only silence. Then, faintly like the memory of a melody, came the sound of spring rains and the laughter of saplings stretching toward the sun. The willow shared stories of seasons come and gone, of growth, of storms weathered, of roots digging deep into the rich, dark earth. Thistle felt a profound sense of peace wash over him, as if the tree had wrapped him in a blanket of living history. "Thank you," he whispered, and the willow's branches swayed in acknowledgement. Next, he approached the stream. Kneeling at its bank, he dipped his paw into the cool, clear water. Almost immediately, the babbling brook changed its tune, forming words woven from the sound of trickling droplets and smooth stones tumbling over one another. "Follow," the water seemed to say. "Follow my song." Thistle walked alongside the stream as it wound its way deeper into the forest. The water's melody grew more complex, here a cascade of notes like rainfall on broad leaves, there a gentle hum like mist settling over ferns. He passed through groves where fireflies pulsed in harmonious patterns, and where patches of moss glowed with an ethereal green light. At last, the stream led him to the circle of standing stones. In the center lay the moonstone, a large, pale rock that usually gleamed with captured starlight. Tonight it was dull and silent. "Now," murmured the stream, "listen to the stones." Thistle placed his paws on the largest of the standing stones. At once a deep, resonant vibration traveled through his small body. It was the heartbeat of the earth itself, steady, eternal, and filled with the wisdom of ages. The stone shared not with words but with feelings, the comfort of winter's rest, the joy of spring's return, the abundance of summer, and the release of autumn. He understood then. The forest needed to remember its cycles, to embrace rest as part of renewal. Closing his eyes, Thistle began to hum, blending the willow's memories, the stream's melody, and the stone's vibration into a single, soothing song. Around him, the nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, a badger, a family of mice, a fox with knowing eyes, and added their quiet breaths to the harmony. Above, Moonwing spread her wings and called out a single, clear note that hung in the air like a shimmering thread. Slowly, softly, the moonstone began to glow. Faintly at first, then brighter, until it shone with a light pure and clear. That light traveled along the paths of moss, reflected in the stream's surface, and touched the leaves of every tree, until the entire forest was bathed in a soft, luminous glow. The bioluminescent fungi brightened, pulsing in time with Thistle's song. The stream's babble grew lively and sweet, and even the wind seemed to sigh in relief. Thistle opened his eyes to see the forest restored, more beautiful than ever. Moonwing alighted beside him, her eyes warm with pride. "You see, little one," she said, "magic is not about grand gestures, but about listening. Every being, every tree, every stone, every creature has a voice. And when we listen, we remember that we are all part of the same great cycle." As if in agreement, a gentle rain began to fall. Soft droplets that pattered on leaves, tapped on stones, and created tiny ripples in the stream. It was nature's lullaby, a soothing symphony that wrapped around Thistle like a cozy blanket. The hedgehog felt a deep weariness then, but it was a good weariness, the kind that follows meaningful work. Moonwing nudged him gently toward his burrow. "Sleep now," she whispered. "The forest will watch over your dreams." And as Thistle curled up in his bed of dried ferns, he listened to the sounds of the night, the rainfall, the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and knew that he was part of something vast and wonderful. The moon, once again full and bright, shone through his doorway, painting silver patterns on the floor until his eyes grew heavy, and sleep carried him away on its gentle, knowing currents. Story 17. In a quiet valley nestled between the shoulders of two ancient hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who had always felt the world held more secrets than anyone could see. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, where the trees murmured stories on the wind, and the fireflies danced like scattered embers in the twilight. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the western hill, Kalen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and wondering about the mysteries that lay just beyond the edge of the known. One autumn evening, when the air carried the crisp scent of apples and wood smoke, Kalen noticed something unusual. As the last light faded from the sky, a soft, pulsing glow began to emanate from the deepest part of the forest. It was not the familiar golden flicker of fireflies, but something warmer, deeper, like coals breathing in the darkness. Curious and unable to resist the pull of the unknown, Kalen wrapped himself in his woolen cloak and stepped out into the gathering night. The path into the wood was familiar at first, lined with silver birch trees whose pale bark seemed to glow in the moonlight. But as he ventured deeper, the way became less certain, the trees crowding closer together as if sharing secrets he was not meant to hear. The air grew still, and the only sound was the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath his boots and the distant hoot of an owl. And always that gentle glow pulsed ahead, guiding him like a silent promise. After what felt like both moments and hours, Kalen emerged into a small clearing he had never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough that 3 men holding hands could not have encircled it. And there, nestled among its roots, was the source of the light, a smooth, palm-sized stone that glowed with the warm, deep light of banked embers. It pulsed softly, rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out and touched the stone. It was warm but not hot, and as his fingers made contact, a sense of peace washed over him. The forest seemed to sigh in response, the leaves rustling in a gentle chorus. He carefully picked up the stone, and as he did, the glow intensified slightly, casting a circle of warm light around him. In that light he noticed something else. Tiny, intricate patterns began to appear on the forest floor, pathways of faint silver that hadn't been visible before. One of these pathways led away from the clearing, deeper into parts of the wood Kalen had never dared explore. Holding the glowing stone before him like a lantern, he followed the silver trail. The trees here were different, older, wiser, with bark that seemed to hold the memory of centuries. They leaned in close, their branches forming archways overhead, and the air hummed with a soft, musical energy. The path ended at what appeared to be a solid wall of ivy-covered stone. But as Kalen approached, the stone in his hand pulsed brighter, and the ivy began to stir. It parted silently, revealing a narrow opening just large enough for him to slip through. On the other side, Kalen found himself in a hidden world. Before him stretched a moonlit valley bathed in soft, silvery light. Glowing mushrooms dotted the forest floor like tiny lanterns, and streams shimmered with what looked like liquid starlight. The air was filled with the gentle sound of wind chimes and distant laughter. And there, sitting on a moss-covered log beside one of the glowing streams, was a creature unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. She was small, no taller than his knee, with delicate features and hair that seemed woven from moonlight and spider silk. Her eyes were the color of twilight, and they sparkled with curiosity as she looked up at him. She wore a dress made of woven leaves and petals, and when she moved, she left faint trails of light in the air. "Hello," she said, her voice like the tinkling of crystal bells. "You found the Heartstone, not many from your world do." Kaelin knelt, holding out the glowing stone. "Is this yours?" he asked softly, not wanting to break the enchantment of the moment. She shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. "It belongs to the forest, it chooses who carries it. My name is Lyra, I am a keeper of this place." Thus began an unexpected friendship that would warm both their hearts in ways they hadn't known were possible. Lyra showed Kaelin the hidden wonders of the moonlit valley, the pools that reflected not your face but your heart's desire, the trees that sang when the wind moved through their leaves just so, the fields where flowers bloomed with soft, colored light instead of petals. In return, Kaelin shared stories of his world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of chasing fireflies on summer evenings, of the way the snow blanketed the valley in winter. As the nights passed, Kaelin visited the hidden valley regularly, always guided by the Heartstone's glow. With each visit, he noticed subtle changes in himself. The constant restlessness that had filled him began to settle. He found joy in quieter moments, in watching the way sunlight filtered through leaves, in the sound of rain on the roof, in the simple act of breathing in the cool night air. The transformation was as gradual and inevitable as the changing of seasons, as sure as fire transforms wood to ash and warmth. Lyra, too, seemed changed by their friendship. She became more curious about the world beyond the valley, and sometimes Kaelin would bring her small treasures, a perfectly round stone from the creek, a feather from a blue jay, a piece of honeycomb from his grandmother's bees. Her laughter grew more frequent, and the light trails she left behind seemed brighter, more joyful. But as autumn deepened toward winter, Kaelin noticed something troubling. The Heartstone's glow was beginning to fade. Its pulses grew slower, softer, and the silver pathways appeared less frequently. When he mentioned this to Lyra, her normally bright expression clouded. "The Heartstone draws its energy from connection," she explained, her voice somber. "From the bonds between all living things. Lately, the connections have been weakening. The world beyond is forgetting how to listen to the forest, how to hear its stories. If the stone fades completely, the way to this valley will close forever." Kaelin felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. "What can we do?" Lyra looked at him, her twilight eyes serious. "We must remind them, we must help them remember how to listen." And so began their gentle mystery, a quest to discover why the connections were fading and how to strengthen them again. They spent nights wandering both the hidden valley and the familiar woods beyond, listening, observing, piecing together clues like patterns in smoke. They noticed that where people walked quickly without looking up from their paths, the silver pathways grew faint. Where children no longer played in the woods, the mushroom lights dimmed. Where stories were no longer shared by firelight, the Heartstone's pulse weakened. The problem wasn't that magic was disappearing. It was that people were forgetting how to see it, how to feel it, how to be part of it. Kaelin realized the solution wasn't in grand gestures or dramatic actions, but in small, authentic moments. He began by simply sitting with his grandmother as she knitted by the fire, really listening to her stories instead of half hearing them while lost in his thoughts. He noticed how her eyes lit up when she spoke of her childhood, how the stories seemed to weave a warmth through the room that had nothing to do with the fire. He started taking walks without destination, simply to notice things, the way frost painted patterns on fallen leaves, the particular silence that follows snowfall, the intricate architecture of a spiderweb beaded with morning dew. He pointed these things out to others, not with great ceremony, but with simple wonder. "Look at how the light catches those icicles," he might say to a neighbor. "Listen to how the wind sounds different through the pines than through the bare oaks." In the hidden valley, Lyra worked her own magic. She taught the fireflies new dances that formed patterns telling ancient stories. She encouraged the trees to let their leaves rustle in ways that sounded almost like laughter. She whispered to the streams to carry not just water, but fragments of songs that would catch in people's memories like half-remembered dreams. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, things began to change. Children started leaving offerings of acorns and pretty stones at the edge of the wood. Families began taking evening walks again, noticing the firefly performances with delight. An old man started playing his fiddle on his porch at dusk, and the music seemed to weave through the trees, adding its melody to the forest's chorus. One particularly cold night, when winter had firmly settled its blanket over the valley, Kaelin and Lyra stood together at the boundary between their worlds. The heartstone glowed steadily in Kaelin's hand, its light stronger than it had been in weeks. "It's working," Lyra said, her breath making silver clouds in the air. "They are remembering." Kaelin nodded, looking back toward the lights of the village. They just needed to be reminded how to see. As they stood there, a wonderful thing happened. All through the forest, from the highest branches to the deepest roots, a soft light began to bloom. It wasn't the heartstone's glow, or the mushroom lights, or the fireflies. It was something new. It was the forest itself responding to the renewed connections, glowing with a gentle, golden light that pulsed in time with the heartstone. The silver pathways on the ground began to shine brighter than ever before, weaving through the trees like a web of starlight. And then, most miraculously of all, similar pathways began to appear in Kaelin's world too, faint at first, then growing clearer, connecting tree to tree, person to person, heart to heart. Lyra reached out and took Kaelin's hand. "The valley won't be hidden anymore," she said softly. "Not in the same way. Those who know how to look will always find it now. The magic isn't separate, it's part of everything." Kaelin understood. The transformation was complete. The restless boy who had chased mysteries was now a boy who understood that the greatest mysteries were in the everyday, in connection, in attention, in wonder. The friendship that had warmed his heart had also helped warm the world around him, rekindling embers of magic that had nearly faded to ash. As winter's first snow began to fall, soft, fat flakes that drifted down like feathers, Kaelin knew it was time to return home. The heartstone's glow was steady and strong now, no longer needing his care. He gently placed it back at the base of the ancient oak, where it pulsed contentedly, its light blending with the newly glowing forest. Lyra stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek, her touch like moonlight. "Thank you, Kaelin," she whispered. "The forest will remember." Walking home through the now familiar woods, Kaelin noticed that everything seemed to glow with its own soft light. The trees, the stones, even the falling snowflakes, all pulsed with a gentle golden warmth. The boundary between the magical and the everyday had dissolved, and he understood that it had never truly existed except in people's inability to see. When he reached his cottage, his grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting in her lap. She looked up as he entered, and her eyes twinkled in the firelight. "You've been on an adventure," she said, not as an accusation, but as a simple statement of fact. Kaelin sat beside her, warming his hands by the fire. "I learned how to listen," he said. His grandmother smiled, her face creasing into familiar lines of warmth and wisdom. "That's the greatest adventure of all," she said softly. "Now tell me what you heard." And so Kaelin began to tell her stories, of silver pathways and glowing stones, of moonlit valleys and friends made of light, of connections renewed and magic remembered. As he spoke, the fire crackled contentedly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in soft silence. When his stories were done, his grandmother took his hand. "The world is full of magic," she said, "for those who have eyes to see and hearts to feel it." That night, as Kalen lay in bed, he watched the patterns of moonlight and shadow play across his ceiling. The forest outside glowed with its gentle light, a constant, comforting presence. He could hear the wind moving through the trees, no longer a whisper of secrets kept, but a murmur of stories shared. He closed his eyes, breathing in the peace of the moment. The journey had transformed him, the friendship had warmed him, the mystery had unfolded exactly as it should. And as he drifted towards sleep, he knew that the magic wasn't just in hidden valleys or glowing stones. It was in everything, waiting only to be noticed. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the world in a blanket of quiet wonder. The forest glowed softly, its light a promise that magic would never again fade from the world. And in the heart of the ancient wood, the heartstone pulsed steadily, rhythmically, in time with the beating of countless hearts that had remembered how to listen, how to connect, how to wonder. The fire in the hearth crackled its last embers as Kalen fell into peaceful dreams, where silver pathways led to moonlit valleys and friends waited with laughter like crystal bells. And all through the sleeping valley, the magic glowed on, steady, true, and forever part of the world it had always belonged to. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. "Some doors," she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, "are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond." One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweet and unfamiliar, tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss, yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. "You listened," she said softly. "To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it." Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. "Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling." She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. "A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders." As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Lyra. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Lyra had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Lyra, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Lyra through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Lyra finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Lyra placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Lyra had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Lyra pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Lyra returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Lyra shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we. The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Lyra's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Lyra, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Lyra sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. The old house settled around Theo like a well-worn quilt, each creak and groan a familiar lullaby. Outside, rain whispered secrets to the window panes, pitter-pat, while the fire in the hearth crackled its warm, golden reply. Theo, tucked under his own quilt, felt a familiar restlessness. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper tonight, holding their breath. That's when his gaze drifted towards the steep, narrow staircase leading to the one place he rarely ventured, the attic. It wasn't that he was forbidden, it was simply unknown. A realm of dust motes dancing in stray light beams, forgotten furniture draped in ghostly sheets, and secrets whispered by old trunks. Tonight, however, a peculiar pull tugged at him, stronger than the cozy lure of his bed. Perhaps it was the rhythmic sighing of the wind in the eaves, or the way a single, brave moonbeam managed to pierce the skylight's grime, painting a silver path on the attic floor. Gathering his courage, a small, flickering thing like a birthday candle flamed Theo, slipped on his thick socks and padded towards the stairs. The wood side beneath his feet creak-groan, a sound older than he could imagine. The attic air was thick with the scent of time, dry paper, cedar wood, and the faintest hint of lavender from long-gone sachets. Moonlight pooled around a large, humpbacked trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle, its brass buckles tarnished green. This was the source of the pull. Kneeling, Theo wrestled with a stubborn buckle, the metal cold against his fingers. With a final click-snick, the lid lifted, releasing a puff of dust that danced in the moonbeam like miniature stars. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, lay a small wooden box. It wasn't ornate, just smooth, honey-colored oak, worn soft with age. Carved on its lid was a simple, swirling pattern like wind chasing leaves. Curious, Theo lifted it. It felt surprisingly heavy, solid. He traced the carving, his finger finding a tiny, almost invisible latch. Click. The lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, was a music box. Not grand, but perfectly formed. Instead of a ballerina, a tiny, intricate scene was revealed. A miniature forest glade, complete with minuscule trees, a winding path of tiny pebbles, and a little wooden bridge arching over a silver thread of a stream. At its center stood a figure, no bigger than Theo's thumb, carved like a kindly old man with a lantern. Theo gently turned the small brass key protruding from the side. It resisted, stiff with disuse, then gave way with a soft tick-tick-tick. The melody that began was unlike any music box tune Theo had ever heard. It wasn't tinkling or high-pitched, but deep, resonant, and achingly beautiful. It sounded like the sigh of ancient trees, the chuckle of a hidden brook, and the distant chime of stars, all woven together. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, it filled the attic, not loudly, but with a profound presence that seemed to push back the shadows, turning them soft and velvety. The tiny lantern on the figure's hand began to glow with a warm, buttery light, illuminating the miniature scene with impossible detail. Theo gasped. "Ah," sighed a voice, soft as dust settling. "It's been an age since that song warmed these rafters." Theo nearly dropped the box. Perched on the edge of the trunk, smoothing her whiskers with a tiny paw, sat a mouse. She wasn't gray, but a soft dove brown, and perched precariously on her head was a thimble-sized silver teacup, tilted at a jaunty angle. Her eyes, bright as polished jet beads, regarded Theo with surprising warmth. Who are you?" Theo whispered, clutching the humming music box. "Seraphina Pinwhisker," the mouse announced, dipping her head, causing the teacup to wobble alarmously. "Keeper of forgotten melodies and, occasionally, misplaced biscuit crumbs. And you found the heartwood box. Quite the discovery, young master. The heartwood box." Theo breathed, mesmerized by the glowing miniature and the hauntingly beautiful tune. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink. "Indeed," Seraphina chirped. "Its song holds the memory of the Deepwood Glade, a place of peace tucked away. Well, somewhere beyond the cobwebs and old hatboxes, that little chap with the lantern, that's old Luminous. He guards the path." She pointed a tiny claw. "But see, his light is flickering, weak, the glade's heart song is fading." Theo peered closer. Indeed, the warm glow from the tiny lantern was sputtering, casting frantic, jumping shadows within the miniature forest. As it dimmed, the beautiful melody faltered, skipping notes, sounding thin and strained. Hum-plink-HM, a wave of coldness seemed to emanate from the box, chilling Theo's fingers despite the music box's warmth. "What's wrong with it?" Theo asked, a pang of sadness striking him as the lovely music threatened to die. "Silence," murmured a new voice, low and rumbling like stones in a brook. From behind a stack of hatboxes padded a large, ginger cat. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his green eyes held ancient patience. He moved with silent grace, settling near Theo, his purr starting up a deep, comforting vibration like a contented kettle simmering. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. "The glade fears the silence," the cat stated simply. "It creeps in when the heart song weakens, stealing the light, stealing the music. Old Luminous needs courage to keep the lantern bright, but courage grows dim in the quiet." Theo understood fear. He understood the shadows in his room, the unease in the attic's depths. "How can we help? How can we give old Luminous courage?" "The song needs mending," Seraphina said, adjusting her teacup hat. "Its strength comes from harmony, from kindness remembered. The box remembers the glade, but it needs to feel the warmth that banishes the silence. It needs a spark." "But it's just a box," Theo protested, looking at the tiny, flickering light. "Ah," rumbled the ginger cat, whose name, Theo learned, was Russell for the sound he made moving through dry leaves. "Size is a tricky thing. Courage isn't measured in miles or muscle, young Theo. It's measured in heartbeats, in choosing light when the dark presses close. The spark old Luminous needs isn't fire, it's connection. It's the echo of friendship, the warmth of a caring thought, sent right into the heart of the song." Theo looked from the earnest mouse to the wise cat, then down at the struggling miniature world in his hands. The melody was now just a faint, broken whisper. Plink, Plink, the coldness intensified. He thought of the cozy fire downstairs, of the safe warmth of his quilt, of his parents sleeping peacefully. He thought of Seraphina's cheerful presence and Russell's deep, grounding purr. Prrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr He didn't just think of warmth and safety, he felt it. He poured into the little wooden box the feeling of the crackling fire, the softness of his quilt, the sound of rain on the roof that meant shelter, the purring cat beside him, the brave little mouse with her teacup hat. He imagined sending all that cozy, safe, kind feeling down the winding path of the miniature glade, straight towards the flickering lantern of old Lumies. He focused not on banishing the darkness, but on holding the light he already knew. He remembered the courage it took to climb the creaking stairs, the wonder of finding the box, the kindness in Seraphina's bright eyes, the comfort in Russell's steady presence. He gathered all these small, brave, warm feelings and sent them like a silent prayer into the heart of the music. HMMMM. A single clear note resonated from the box, stronger than before. Theo opened his eyes. Inside the miniature glade, the tiny lantern flared. Not violently, but steadily, warmly, pushing back the shadows that had been encroaching. The light spilled over the tiny pebbles, gilded the miniature leaves, and shone on old Lumies's carved face, which seemed impossibly to hold a gentle smile. The melody surged back, richer, fuller, deeper than ever. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-k-plink, ding-dong, it wove together the sighing trees, the chuckling brook, the distant stars, and now the crackle of a fire, the purr of a cat, the patter of rain, the gentle creak of an old house, and the quiet, steady beat of a courageous young heart. It was a symphony of comfort. The coldness vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth radiating from the box, seeping into Theo's hands. The shadows in the attic weren't banished. They simply became soft, velvety corners, no longer threatening, just resting. Well spun, young master. Seraphina clapped her tiny paws, her teacup hat bobbing. A tapestry of warmth, that's what that was. Old Lumies hasn't shone that bright since Grey-Tant Mildred found her misplaced spectacles. Russell bumped his large, warm head gently against Theo's arm, his purr deepening into a satisfied rumble. PRRRRRRRRRMMM. Courage shared is courage multiplied, he murmured. The silence flees from such harmony. Theo looked down at the heartwood box. The miniature glade was bathed in peaceful, golden light. The song flowed strong and serene, filling the attic with its profound, comforting presence. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. The shadows downstairs no longer seemed like lurking monsters, but simply part of the night's gentle embrace. He hadn't traveled miles, he journeyed inward, across the landscape of his own fear, guided by kindness and friendship, and found courage in the warmth he already possessed. He carefully closed the lid of the heartwood box. The beautiful melody softened, becoming a gentle hum within the wood, a secret warmth against his palm. He placed it back on the blue velvet inside the trunk, leaving the lid open just a crack, like a promise to return. "Will it be all right?" Theo asked softly, looking at his small companions. Seraphina nodded, her whiskers twitching. "Oh, indeed, the song is strong again, and now," she yawned delicately behind a tiny paw, "it's time for sensible creatures to seek their nests. Even keepers of forgotten melodies need their rest." Russell gave a final, resonant purr and padded silently back into the deeper shadows of the attic, a rustle of fur against old fabric. Seraphina gave Theo a last bright-eyed blink before scampering off towards a hole near a stack of old books, her tiny teacup hat vanishing into the darkness. Theo carefully closed the trunk, the brass buckle clicking softly. The attic felt different now. Still mysterious, still full of forgotten things, but no longer unknown or frightening. It felt companionable. the moonbeam still shone, silver and peaceful. The rain continued its gentle pitter-pat on the roof, a soothing counterpoint to the faint, comforting hum he could almost feel emanating from the trunk. He padded back down the sighing stairs, creak groan, the sounds now familiar and friendly. The fire in the hearth had settled into glowing embers, casting dancing, warm shadows on the walls, friendly shapes now, like gentle giants resting. The fear of the dark corners had melted away, replaced by the understanding that darkness wasn't empty. It was just quiet, holding its own kind of peace, like the velvet lining of the old trunk. Sliding back under his quilt, Theo felt the deep, safe warmth seep into his bones. He listened to the house settle, the soft pop of an ember, the sigh of the wind, the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the heartwood box singing its song of the deepwood glade, a lullaby woven from ancient trees, starlight, crackling fires, purring cats, brave little mice, and the quiet, enduring strength of kindness and courage found within. The shadows were just friends waiting for the dawn, and the night wrapped around him like a familiar, velvet cloak. His eyelids grew heavy, the beautiful melody echoing softly in his mind, hum-hmmm, plink plink plink, ding dong, a gentle reminder that light, warmth, and courage were always just a heartbeat away, often found in the most ordinary of boxes, in the most unexpected of attics, carried on the wings of friendship and the quiet strength of a caring thought. And as sleep finally claimed him, the last sound he heard was the contented sigh of the old house, settling deeper into its own peaceful dreams. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name, blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood Glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the Heart Song Box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Luminous sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose, the song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. "Lost," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. "Not lost," Finn replied, surprising himself. "Just following the warmth." The fox tilted its head. "Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs." They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. "Beautiful, yes, but listen." A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. "The heartstone dims," the fox sighed. "Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't." Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rime, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. "Rime hides in the frost caves," Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. "It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found." For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures. The tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. "Rime fears it will shatter everything it touches," murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. "Even kindness." Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rime, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. "Go away," Rime whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. "I'll only bring you frost." Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. "My grandmother gave me this," he said softly. "She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing." He told Rime about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. "They miss you," he finished. "The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long." Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rime flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rime's arm, not melting the frost but softening it into dewdrops. Rime gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rime's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rhyme sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The Heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, Rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while Rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the Heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the Vala's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. "Come see." That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hair conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hair nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hair, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hair met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks brushed the star-swept sky and moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy, lived a little hedgehog named Pip. His spines were soft with youth, and his nose twitched perpetually, eager for the scents of the night, damp earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, sweet perfume of moonflowers unfurling their petals. Tonight the air hummed with a peculiar stillness. The usual chorus of crickets was muted, and the wind, normally a gentle rustler in the high branches, held its breath. Pip shuffled towards Mossdrop Glade, his favorite clearing. Here smooth stones, centuries old and cloaked in emerald velvet moss, encircled a pool fed by a chuckling stream. Normally the water sang a soft, bubbling lullaby, but tonight its voice was thin and fretful. As Pip settled on his usual stone, cool beneath his belly, he noticed something else amiss. The tiny star-like bioluminescent mushrooms that usually dotted the moss like fallen constellations were dim, their soft blue glow flickering weakly. "Something sighs in the deep roots tonight," murmured a voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. Old Man Willow, his bark silvered by countless moons, shifted his great branches slightly. "The stream whispers of thirst, Pip. The mosskin are restless." The mosskin were tiny, shy creatures who lived amongst the roots and stones, guardians of the forest's moisture. Pip peered closer at the moss near the stream bank. Tiny, shimmering trails, like trails of wet stardust, traced paths away from the water's edge. The mosskin were retreating deeper, seeking dampness the stream could no longer provide. But why is the stream sad? Pip whispered back, his voice barely disturbing the heavy air. A cool droplet landed on his nose, not rain, but dew falling from a trembling fern. "The season's turn, little root toucher," came a deeper, calmer voice. From the high branches of a nearby yew tree, Silva the silver fox descended with silent grace. Her fur gleamed like polished moonlight, and her eyes held the calm depth of the forest pool. She settled beside Pip on the mossy stone, her presence radiating a quiet warmth. The great thirst comes before the deep sleep. The earth prepares to rest, to draw its energy inward. But this year, the balance feels strained. The deep roots aren't drinking deep enough. The sky songs hold back their rain. Pip shivered, not from cold, but from a sense of unease. He loved the deep sleep, the quiet blanket of snow, the world resting. But the forest felt anxious, thirsty, its magic flickering like the dim mushrooms. "Silva," Pip ventured, "how do we help the stream sing again? How do we tell the sky songs to share their rain?" Silva didn't answer immediately. She lifted her muzzle, tasting the air. A soft pitter-patter began, a gentle rain falling through the leaves above, landing with soft plinks on the stones and shooshes on the moss. It was a soothing sound, like 1,000 tiny drums. But the rain was light, barely dampening the surface. It sighed against the thirsty earth, but didn't quench it. "The forest speaks, Pip," Silva said softly, her voice blending with the rain's rhythm. "But we must listen with more than ears. Listen with your paws on the earth, feel with your nose in the air, see with your heart in the quiet." She gestured with her muzzle towards the ancient stones encircling the pool. "The stones remember the oldest songs, ask them." Hesitantly, Pip shuffled to the largest stone, cool and smooth beneath his front paws. He pressed his cheek against its mossy surface. At first there was only silence and the cool dampness. Then faintly, like a vibration deep within the earth, he felt it. A low, slow hum. It wasn't a sound he heard, but a resonance he felt in his bones. It spoke of deep time, of holding, of patience. It felt heavy, burdened. "The stone feels tired," Pip whispered to Silva. "It feels full, but not happy full." Silva nodded. "Full of thirst it cannot drink." "The rain falls, but the earth beneath is too hard, too closed. It cannot welcome the gift." She turned her gaze towards the canopy, where the moonlight struggled through the thickening clouds. The trees, Pip. They hold the key. Their roots weave the deep magic, connecting stone and stream and sky. Pip looked up at the towering sentinels. Their leaves rustled with a soft hush-hush, a sound like secrets shared in the dark. He remembered Old Man Willow's sigh. He padded to the great oak's massive trunk, placing a small paw against its rough bark. He closed his eyes, concentrating. The bark felt warm, alive. He felt the slow, powerful pulse of sap deep within. And then faint whispers, like wind through high branches, brushed against his mind. Too tight roots bound hard earth, cannot breathe, cannot drink. The trees were whispering of struggle. Their roots, deep in the earth, were straining against soil that had become compacted and unyielding. They couldn't reach the deeper water, and the gentle rain couldn't penetrate the hardened surface to nourish them. The life-giving connection was choked. We need to help the earth open, Pip realized aloud, his voice filled with dawning understanding. Like fluffing a nest. Silva's eyes gleamed with approval. Wisely spoken, little root toucher. The earth needs to breathe, to soften, to welcome the rain, and let it journey down to the deep roots and the thirsty stones. But how? Pip asked, looking at his small paws. I'm only little. Even the smallest paw can start a great unfurling, Silva said gently. And the forest is full of friends who listen. Pip thought hard. He remembered the fretful moskin trails. They knew the earth intimately. He scurried to the edge of the glade, where the shimmering trails vanished under a tangle of ferns. Taking a deep breath, he made a soft, chirping sound, a hedgehog greeting, but infused with the worry he felt for the stream, the hum of the tired stone, and the whispers of the bound roots. He poured his concern into the quiet chirp, hoping the secret language of rustle and scent and feeling would carry. For a long moment, nothing happened. Only the soft pitter-patter of the light rain and the hush-hush of the leaves. Then a faint answering shimmer appeared beneath a large fern. One moskin, no bigger than Pip's paw, emerged. Its tiny body glowed with a soft, internal green light. It tilted its head, antennae twitching. Pip chirped again, softer this time, picturing the hard earth, the sad stream, the heavy stone. He nudged a small patch of compacted soil near the stream bank with his nose. The moskin shimmered brighter. It turned and vanished back into the fern shadows. Pip waited, his heart pounding softly. Then more shimmers appeared. Dozens, then hundreds of moskin emerged, their collective glow turning the fern-covered bank into a softly pulsating constellation of green light. They moved like liquid emerald, flowing over the hardened soil near the stream. With astonishing speed and delicate precision, their tiny claws and bodies began to work. They burrowed into the compacted earth, loosening it. They carried minuscule particles away. They wove threads of moisture-attaining moss into the loosened soil. It was a silent, luminous ballet of renewal. Inspired, Pip didn't hesitate. He began to dig too, with his small, strong claws, near the roots of Old Man Willow. He loosened the soil, creating tiny channels. Silva, with her graceful paws, joined in, her larger movements turning over bigger patches of earth near the yew tree. The gentle rain continued its pitter-patter, now finding the freshly loosened soil. Instead of pooling or running off, it began to seep in with soft gurgles and sighs of relief. High above, Silva let out a soft, melodic bark, a sound that carried through the trees like a bell. Soon, other nocturnal helpers arrived. Badgers, their powerful claws perfect for deeper digging, appeared at the edge of the glade. They set to work near the larger tree roots, their movements creating deep, rumbling thuds that vibrated comfortingly through the ground. Shy deer, drawn by Silva's call, stepped lightly onto the loosened patches, their hooves gently tamping the soil just enough to help it settle without compacting it again, the soft thump-thump a steady rhythm in the night. Bats swooped low, their wings creating tiny breezes, whoosh-whoosh, that carried the scent of damp, fertile earth deeper into the forest, a silent signal. All night, under the silver gaze of the moon and the soft glow of the mosskin, the whisperwood worked. The sounds blended into a natural symphony, the pitter-patter of rain, the scratch-scratch of claws on earth, the deep thud-thud of badgers working, the gentle thump-thump of deer hooves, the hush-hush of leaves, and the soft gurgle of water finally sinking deep. The air filled with the rich, comforting scent of loam and rain and living things. As the first pale hints of dawn brushed the eastern sky, the work slowed. The mosskin, their glow dimming slightly with effort, retreated back into their ferny homes. The badgers and deer melted back into the shadows. Pip sat back on his haunches, utterly weary but filled with a deep, warm contentment. The rain had eased, but the stream was singing. A clear, strong Babblebrook sound filled Mossdrop Glade. It flowed fuller, brighter, sparkling in the pre-dawn light. The pool deepened, reflecting the fading stars like scattered diamonds. Pip placed his paw back on the large stone. The heavy, burdened hum was gone. Instead, he felt a deep, contented thrum, like a giant purr resonating through the earth. He looked up at the trees. The hush-hush of their leaves sounded lighter, almost like a sigh of relief. The bioluminescent mushrooms at the edge of the glade pulsed with a strong, steady blue light. Silva sat beside him, watching the rejuvenated glade. "The deep sleep will come now, Pip," she said, her voice a soft murmur blending with the stream's song. "The earth has drunk deep, the roots are unbound, the stones remember their strength. The forest knows how to rest because it knows how to welcome the gift when it comes." Pip understood. The life lesson wasn't shouted, but whispered in the loosening of soil, the song of the stream, and the collective effort of friends. Rest wasn't just sleep, it was preparation. Renewal needed openness, a willingness to receive, and sometimes the helping pause of others to clear the way. The magic wasn't just in moonlight or glowing mushrooms. It was in the deep connection, the listening, and the shared work to maintain the balance. As the true dawn painted the sky in soft pinks and golds, Pip curled up on his mossy stone, the Babblebrook a soothing lullaby, the scent of damp earth a comforting blanket. The gentle drip-drip of dew from the leaves above kissed his spines. The forest sighed a peaceful sigh, ready for its rest, its magic restored, whispering its ancient secrets of cycles and renewal to anyone who listened with their heart in the quiet. And Pip, nestled in the heart of the whisperwood, drifted into a deep, contented sleep, dreaming of soft rains and singing stones. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Lyra tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Lyra had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time, and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously. Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Arya, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. The Chamber of Echoes remembers, Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words. The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway." The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Layla placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Layla found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Layla ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Layla, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Layla walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good. We'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Layla asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Layla's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Layla's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Layla through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Lyra whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed. Snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Lyra's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Lyra sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Lyra's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moonpetals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. "See, no harm, only curiosity." as they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the walls stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kalen nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelin's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. The first tendrils of twilight were weaving through the sleepy village of Oakhaven when Finn slipped away. While other children chased fireflies or helped pack away market stalls, he drifted toward the shadowed embrace of the whispering woods. Finn moved quietly, a habit born from feeling perpetually overlooked. In a family of boisterous farmers and a village of practical folk, his dreamy nature and worn sketchbook seemed like misplaced puzzle pieces. Yet here, where ancient oaks groaned in the wind and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, he felt seen by the rustling leaves and chattering brooks. Tonight something shimmered. Deep within the thicket, where moonlight rarely pierced, a pulse of soft blue light beckoned like a fallen star. Finn's heart thrummed against his ribs as he pushed past spider silk veils and dew-heavy ferns. The air grew colder, scented with petrichor and something else, ozone and old magic. And there it lay, a stone no larger than a robin's egg, nestled in velvet moss. It glowed with an inner luminescence, casting dancing shadows on the tree bark. When Finn's fingers brushed its surface, warmth flooded his palm and the forest erupted in sound, not noise but voices. Lost, so lost, sighed the wind through pine needles. Danger comes, gurgled the creek over polished stones. And then a whimper, sharp and close. Finn whirled around to find a creature huddled beneath a toadstool. It resembled a cross between a hedgehog and a dandelion puff, tiny, quivering with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like liquid amber, wide with terror. You understand me," the creature whispered, its voice like chimes in a breeze. "The stone, you hold the glimmer stone." Finn knelt, the stone's heat pulsing against his skin. "I'm Finn, what's wrong?" "I am Tyndall," the creature quavered. "Guardian of the veil, the glimmerstone anchors the magic between your world and ours, the sylvan hollow, but it cracked when the shadow root poisoned the elder tree." Tyndall pointed a trembling paw toward the wood's heart. "Without its light the hollow fades, the whispers grow fearful, the moss grays, even the river's song weakens." Tears like dewdrops welled in Tyndall's eyes. "If the stone isn't healed by the full moon's peak 3 nights hence, our world will vanish, and yours the blight will spread." Finn's breath caught. He saw it now, the sickly yellow tinge on nearby ferns, the brittle silence where crickets should sing. The glimmerstone in his hand flickered, a hairline fracture splitting its light. "How do we heal it?" "Only the elder tree's roots can mend it," Tyndall said. "But the way is perilous. Shadowroot's minions hunt the light, and—" Tyndall shrank back. "Your kind hasn't walked our paths for generations. They fear you. I fear." Finn's fingers tightened around the stone. Fear was familiar, but so was loneliness. He saw it mirrored in Tyndall's gaze. "I'll help," he said softly. "Show me the way." Their journey began at dawn. The whispering woods transformed. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of jewel-toned leaves, painted the path in dappled gold. Giant moths with stained glass wings fluttered past, and trees hummed with hidden life. Finn sketched furiously, a glowing mushroom ring, a family of moss-furred squirrels, while Tyndall perched on his shoulder whispering names. "That's a lumen bloom. Those are bark scuttlers." Yet beneath the wonder, unease lingered. The air tasted metallic and distant howls echoed, thin, hungry sounds. The first trial came at the River of Murmurs. Its waters, usually clear as crystal, ran sluggish and murky. The bridge, a single moss-slicked log, was guarded. A troll, all knotted muscle and lichen-covered skin, blocked their path. He grumbled, shaking the ground with each step. "No passage, stone feels wrong, water's sick." Finn's sketchbook fell open. Without thinking, he tore out a page, a detailed drawing of the troll himself, majestic against a backdrop of healthy, rushing water. "For you," Finn offered, "the river as it should be." The troll blinked, tracing a thick finger over the lines. A low rumble, like stones tumbling, escaped him. "Pretty remembers." He stepped aside, his eyes unexpectedly soft. "Hurry, dark things stir." They hurried, but the forest grew stranger. Mist coiled around their ankles in the hollow of echoes, thickening until shapes writhed. A towering figure with Finn's father's disappointed frown, voices sneering useless dreamer. Finn froze, the old ache of invisibility crushing him. The glimmerstone dimmed. "No," Tyndall's voice pierced the fog, sharp as a bell. He pressed his small, warm body against Finn's cheek. "You see what others miss. You drew the troll's loneliness. You found me. That is strength." Finn focused on Tyndall's amber eyes, the stone's faint pulse, his own sketches of beauty in the margins. The mist dissolved, revealing a path lit by bioluminescent flowers. Their respite was brief. Shadowroot's minions found them, creatures of knotted thorns and shifting darkness, drawn to the glimmerstone's waning light. Finn and Tyndall fled, crashing through thorny thickets until they tumbled into a cavern. Moonlight streamed through a crack above, illuminating a massive, ancient owl perched on a quartz column. Her feathers held the colors of twilight. "Seekers of the glimmer," she hooted, her voice layered like wind through reeds. "I am Orla. You bear the stone in its sorrow." She studied the fracture. "The crack is not just in the stone, young ones. It mirrors a rift between worlds. Humans forgot the hollow. Fear became a wall. Shadowroot festers in that forgetting." Finn remembered the village warnings. "Stay out of the whispering woods, cursed place." "How do we heal the rift?" he asked. "By mending what was broken," Orla intoned. "The elder tree requires a sacrifice, a treasure freely given from each world, woven into its roots with the stone. But choose wisely. The heart knows true value." Dawn of the third day found them at the forest's heart. The elder tree was a tragedy. Once a towering giant, its bark was now cracked and oozing black sap. Leaves, silver-edged and usually luminous, lay brittle on the ground. The air hung heavy and silent. At its base a hollow pulsed with faint, sickly light, the tree's wounded heart. Tyndall trembled. The stone, it's almost time. The glimmerstone's light was a feeble flicker, the cracks spiderwebbing dangerously. Finn opened his sketchbook, every page a testament to his journey. The troll's bridge, the glowing moths, Tyndall's hopeful eyes. His most precious possession. The record of a world he'd grown to love. He tore out the final, pristine page, a blank canvas for new wonders, and placed it gently beside the hollow. "I offer my memories," he whispered. "The beauty I witnessed, the hope that humans can remember." Tyndall gazed at him, then at his own shimmering fur, the essence of his spirit light. With a soft cry, he plucked a tuft from his chest. It glowed like captured starlight. "I offer my light," he said, voice trembling but clear. "A piece of my home, freely given." Together they placed the fractured glimmerstone, Finn's drawing, and Tyndall's glowing fur into the hollow. Finn pressed his hands against the sickly bark. "We remember you," he whispered fiercely. "We see you." The ground shuddered. A groan, deep and ancient, rolled through the woods. Light, pure, blinding, golden light, erupted from the hollow, shooting up the elder tree's trunk like liquid sun. The black sap evaporated. Bark knitted itself whole, stronger than before. Silver leaves burst forth, shimmering with renewed vigor. The light pulsed outward in waves, washing over the forest. Gray moss blushed vibrant green. Withered flowers bloomed in explosions of color. The river's song returned, loud and joyous. Above, the full moon seemed to blaze brighter. The sylvan hollow revealed itself in its true glory. spirits like living starlight danced on the breeze. Trees walked on gnarled roots, nodding in gratitude. Luminescent butterflies formed constellations above their heads. Tyndall, though slightly dimmer, glowed with pure joy. You did it, Finn, you healed us all. Finn felt the change within himself, too, a quiet confidence, a sense of belonging that warmed him deeper than any fire. The Glimmerstone, now whole and pulsing gently, lay cool in his hand. Its magic had shifted. It no longer translated voices, but hummed with the forest's peaceful song. We did it together, Tyndall. Returning to Oakhaven felt like stepping into a faded painting. The air smelled only of dust and livestock, not magic. But Finn carried the forest within him. He showed the villagers his sketches, not just the mundane market scenes, but the luminous moths, the wise owl, the majestic elder tree. He pointed to the woods, now visibly greener, vibrantly alive. It's not cursed, it's waiting. Old Granny Marn, the village storyteller, gasped, tracing a gnarled finger over his drawing of the Glimmerstone. The heart of the woods from the old tales, I thought it just a story. Her voice, raspy with age, wove a forgotten legend for the gathered crowd, of friendship between humans and forest spirits, of shared magic and a stone that bound them. Fear, faced with wonder and tangible proof, began to crumble. Finn became the bridge. He guided hesitant villagers to the wood's edge, where fireflies now danced in patterns, and the wind carried the scent of lumen blooms. Tyndall, visible only to those with open hearts, sometimes shimmered beside him, a silent testament to the mended bond. Children left honey cakes for the bark scuttlers. Farmers consulted the rustling leaves about the weather. The blight receded, replaced by abundant harvests and a newfound respect. One crisp autumn evening, Finn sat beneath the great oak at the village border, sketchbook open. Tyndall nestled in the crook of his arm, a warm, soft weight. The Glimmerstone, now set in a simple leather cord around Finn's neck, pulsed softly, a steady, comforting rhythm. Below them, Oakhaven's lanterns twinkled like fallen stars. Above, the whispering woods rustled contentedly, a symphony of life restored. Finn sketched the peaceful scene, the village lights, the dark, friendly woods, the tiny, luminous spirit beside him. He no longer felt invisible. He felt woven into the fabric of both worlds, a quiet guardian of the mended veil. The fireflies danced, the wind sighed through silver leaves, and the deep, resonant peace of the forest settled over him like a warm blanket, whispering that all was truly, finally, well. The journey had changed the woods, the village, and the boy who dared to listen, proving that even the smallest spark of kindness, nurtured by friendship, could rekindle the light of worlds. And as the moon rose, full and benevolent, bathing everything in its silvery glow, Finn closed his sketchbook, leaned back against the ancient oak, and simply breathed in the perfect, quiet joy of belonging. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits at play. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Gather close, dear listeners, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul who discovered that even the smallest light can guide us home when darkness falls. In a valley nestled between ancient mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. She was a keeper of stories, one who listened more than she spoke, and who found comfort in the familiar rhythms of her small village. Each evening she would sit by her window and watch the lanterns flicker to life throughout the valley, little points of warmth against the deepening blue of twilight. But Anya carried a quiet longing in her heart, a sense that there was more to the world than what she could see from her window. She often found herself gazing toward the whispering woods that bordered the village, a place where the trees grew so close together that their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The elders spoke of the woods with both reverence and caution, telling tales of forgotten paths and hidden wonders that only revealed themselves to those with patient hearts. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun gilded the mountain peaks, Anya discovered something unusual while gathering herbs at the wood's edge. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a smooth stone no larger than her palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a soft, warm light, glowing like embers in a dying fire. When she picked it up, it felt strangely warm against her skin, and the light within seemed to breathe in rhythm with her own heartbeat. That night, as she placed the stone on her windowsill, something remarkable happened. The ember stone began to glow brighter, and tendrils of light, like golden smoke, drifted toward the window, forming patterns that seemed to point toward the whispering woods. Though nervous, Anya felt a pull she couldn't ignore. Gathering her warmest cloak and a small satchel of provisions, she decided to follow the light's gentle guidance. The forest welcomed her with a hushed reverence. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the mossy ground. The ember stone glowed steadily in her hand, its light pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow trail, bordered by ferns that glistened with dew, and it seemed to beckon her forward. For what felt like hours, Anya walked, the only sounds being her soft footsteps and the occasional hoot of an owl. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Just as she began to wonder if she should turn back, the trees parted to reveal a clearing she had never seen on any map. In the center of the clearing stood the most extraordinary tree Anya had ever encountered. Its bark shimmered with what looked like starlight, and its leaves rustled with a melody that seemed to harmonize with the night itself. But what caught her attention most was the small figure curled at the base of the tree, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who seemed to be shivering despite the thick coat. As Anya approached, the fox lifted its head, revealing eyes that held a wisdom far beyond its animal form. It was then that she noticed the fox's paw was caught in a tangled root, not tightly, but enough to keep it from moving freely. "Little one," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly so as not to startle the creature. "You seem to be in a spot of trouble." The fox regarded her with intelligent eyes, then gave a small, almost resigned flick of its tail. Anya noticed how the ember stone in her hand glowed brighter when she neared the fox, as if in recognition. Working with gentle hands, Anya carefully loosened the roots that held the fox's paw. The creature remained still, watching her with an expression that seemed to blend curiosity and gratitude. When the paw was finally free, the fox didn't immediately run away as she expected. Instead, it limped slightly, then sat back on its haunches, studying her with its head tilted. "Thank you," said a voice that was like the rustling of leaves. Anya started, looking around before realizing the voice came from the fox itself. You can speak," she asked, her own voice barely a whisper. The fox gave what sounded like a soft chuckle. "In these woods, many things are possible for those who listen with their hearts rather than just their ears. I am Kale, guardian of the Glimmerwood. You have kind hands, human." Anya learned that Kale was no ordinary fox, but a spirit guardian who watched over the hidden wonders of the forest. He had been checking on the starlight tree when a sudden shift in the roots had trapped his paw. The ember stone she carried, he explained, was a heartstone, a rare treasure that responded to kindness and courage, growing brighter when its bearer acted with compassion. "The stone called to you because it sensed the light within your own heart," Kale explained, his voice like distant wind chimes. "It knows those who are meant to find their way here." As they spoke, Anya noticed that the heartstone's light had begun to pulse in a new pattern, casting soft beams toward the eastern edge of the clearing. Kale followed her gaze, his ears twitching. "The stone senses something," he murmured. "There's a disruption in the forest's harmony. The fireflies haven't danced in the Meadow of Whispers for 3 nights, and the stream that sings to the mountains has grown quiet." Though nervous about venturing deeper into the unknown, Anya found her voice. "Perhaps I could help. The stone seems to want to guide us." Kale studied her for a long moment, then nodded. The forest welcomes help offered with a pure heart, but we must be careful. The imbalance may have caused unexpected changes. Their journey took them along paths woven through towering ferns and under arches of flowering vines that glowed with soft bioluminescence. The heartstone cast its warm light ahead of them, revealing wonders Anya had only dreamed of, flowers that chimed when the breeze touched them, mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, and trees whose bark shifted colors like the northern lights. As they walked, Kale shared stories of the forest, how the trees communicated through root networks that spanned miles, how the animals held councils under the full moon, and how every living thing played a part in maintaining the delicate balance of their hidden world. The problem, Kale explained as they reached a crystalline stream, is that when one part of the forest suffers, it affects everything else, like a tapestry coming undone at one corner. It was then that they heard it, a faint, distressed sound coming from behind a thicket of silver-leafed bushes. Pushing through carefully, they discovered the source, a young badger caught in a patch of brambles that seemed to have grown unusually thick and sharp. The more the creature struggled, the more entangled it became. "Stay back," Kale warned. "These are shadow brambles. They shouldn't be growing here in the Glimmerwood. They feed on fear and struggle." But Anya had already noticed something. The heartstone glowed brighter when she approached the frightened animal, and the brambles seemed to shrink back from its light. "SHHH, little friend," she murmured to the badger. "We're here to help." Holding the stone closer, she began to carefully disentangle the thorns, humming a soft melody her grandmother had taught her, a tune meant to calm frightened creatures. As she worked, something remarkable happened. The heartstone's light spread like liquid gold over the brambles, and where the light touched, the thorns softened and retracted. The badger, sensing the change, grew still, its panicked breathing slowing to a calm rhythm. Once free, the badger nuzzled Anya's hand gratefully, before disappearing into the undergrowth. But where the shadow brambles had been, the heartstone's light continued to glow, sinking into the earth until the ground itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Kale watched with wide eyes. "I've never seen anything like that. The stone didn't just push back the darkness, it healed the land." As they continued, they found more patches of shadow brambles, each time using the heartstone's light to heal the affected areas. With each act of healing, Anya noticed the stone glowed brighter, and she herself felt a growing connection to the forest, as if she could sense the whispers of the trees and the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Their path led them to the Meadow of Whispers, a vast clearing where flowers of every color swayed in the breeze. But instead of the dancing fireflies Kale had described, the meadow was dark and still. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, and in the middle of that circle grew the most magnificent willow tree Anya had ever seen, its branches trailing like liquid silver in the moonlight. But something was wrong. The willow's leaves were drooping, and its silver light flickered weakly. As they approached, Anya felt a deep sadness emanating from the tree. "This is the heart willow," Kale explained quietly. "Its roots connect to every part of the Glimmerwood. If it's suffering, the whole forest feels its pain." Anya didn't need the stone's guidance now. She could feel the tree's distress as if it were her own. Moving forward instinctively, she placed her hands on the willow's trunk. The bark was cold where it should have been warm, rough where it should have been smooth. Closing her eyes, she poured all her hope and compassion into her touch, imagining healing light flowing from her hands into the tree. The heartstone at her chest blazed like a miniature sun, its light enveloping both her and the willow. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, a warmth began to spread beneath her palms. The tree's silver light grew brighter, steadying, then flourishing. The drooping leaves lifted, rustling with what sounded like a sigh of relief. Throughout the meadow, one by one, fireflies awakened, their soft lights blinking into existence until the entire field sparkled like a starry sky brought to earth. But the most miraculous change was within Anya herself. As the heart willow healed, she felt a rush of connection, not just to the tree, but to everything in the forest. She could feel the badger they had rescued curling up in its den, the roots of trees stretching deep into the earth, the gentle flow of streams, and the peaceful dreams of sleeping creatures. It was overwhelming yet beautiful, like hearing a symphony after years of silence. When she finally opened her eyes, the world looked different. Colors were more vibrant, sounds more nuanced, and she could sense the life force in everything around her. Kale approached, his usual composed demeanor replaced with something akin to awe. "You didn't just heal the heart willow," he said softly. "You've awakened something within yourself. The forest has accepted you as one of its guardians." As if in agreement, the heart willow extended one of its branches, which wrapped gently around Anya's wrist before releasing her. Where it had touched, a faint silver pattern remained on her skin, like the veining of a leaf. "The mark of the forest," Kale explained. "It means you'll always be connected to this place, and able to return whenever your heart guides you." The journey back to the forest's edge felt different. Anya noticed details she had missed before, the way certain flowers turned to follow the light, the hidden animal paths that crisscrossed the main trail, the subtle messages written in the patterns of moss on stones. The forest was no longer a mysterious place full of unknown dangers, but a living, breathing community that she was now part of. When they reached the clearing with the starlight tree, Kale turned to her. "The forest will always welcome you, Anya. You've brought balance back to our home, and in doing so, you've found a part of yourself you didn't know was missing." Anya knelt to be at eye level with her fox friend. "Thank you for guiding me, Kale. I thought I was helping the forest, but it helped me just as much." The fox nuzzled her hand. "That's how true friendship works. It transforms both beings. Now your heartstone will guide you home." Indeed, the stone pulsed softly, casting its light toward the path that would lead back to her village. As she walked, Anya realized the stone no longer felt like a separate object. It felt like an extension of her own heart, warm and steady and full of light. When she finally stepped out of the whispering woods, the first hints of dawn were coloring the sky. The village still slept, its windows dark except for the occasional flicker of a candle being lit for early morning chores. Returning to her cottage, Anya placed the heartstone on her windowsill where it had been before. But now she understood its true purpose, not to lead her on a single adventure, but to remind her that magic exists in both extraordinary places and ordinary moments. That kindness creates light in darkness, and that we all have within us the power to heal and be healed. As the sun rose, painting the valley in shades of gold and rose, Anya knew she had been transformed. She still loved her familiar village life, but now she carried within her the memory of the Glimmerwood, the understanding that wonder exists just beyond the edges of our everyday vision, waiting for those willing to listen with their hearts. And sometimes, on evenings when the fire crackled in her hearth just so, she would glance at her windowsill to see the heartstone pulsing softly. Then she would smile, knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a fox with autumn-colored fur was watching over the forest, and that the connection between their worlds remained as strong as ever. On those nights her dreams were filled with silver trees and meadows full of fireflies, and she would awaken with the gentle certainty that no matter how ordinary the day might seem, magic was never really far away. It lived in kindness offered, in friendships forged, and in the quiet courage to follow the light within our own hearts. And so, dear listeners, as the fire dwindles to glowing embers and the night settles soft around us, remember that each of us carries our own inner light. It may glow softly like embers in the darkness, but it is always there, ready to guide us, to transform us, and to remind us that even the smallest spark can illuminate the way home. Now close your eyes, let your breathing slow, and drift into dreams where forests whisper and friendships warm the heart. The night watches over you, and all is well. The embers in the hearth pulsed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its leaves answering with a soft shhhh, shhhh. Tonight we journey not to distant mountains, but to a place much closer to home, the dusty, forgotten embrace of the attic. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened more than it spoke, had been tasked with finding his grandmother's old quilt. The stairs creaked a familiar protest beneath his feet as he climbed, the air growing thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar wood, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. A single cobweb brushed his cheek like a feather as he pushed open the door, the hinges groaning a low, rusty irk. Moonlight, pale and silvery, streamed through the small, round window, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. Boxes piled like sleeping giants, and forgotten furniture wore shrouds of white sheets. Leo's lantern beam cut through the gloom, finally settling on an old, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle with age. That's where Gran said the quilt would be. He knelt, the worn floorboards cooled beneath his knees, and carefully unbuckled the straps. The lid lifted with a sigh of released air, revealing not just the promised quilt, folded neatly atop layers of yellowed letters and lace, but something else nestled beside it. It was a small, oblong box, no larger than Leo's hand, crafted from dark, polished wood inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl swirls. It looked like a tiny treasure chest forgotten by time. Intrigued, Leo lifted it out. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and cool to the touch. His fingers traced the intricate patterns until they found a tiny, almost invisible catch. With a gentle click, the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A perfect, tiny forest glade carved from wood and moss, complete with minuscule trees, a sparkling silver thread of a stream, and a hollowed-out acorn serving as a cottage. At its center stood a tiny figure, no taller than Leo's thumb, a little wooden badger wearing a neat waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He held a tiny lantern. As Leo watched, utterly enchanted, the little badger blinked. Not just once, but several times, as if waking from a long sleep. He stretched, gave a minuscule yawn that sounded like the squeak of a mouse, and then peered up at Leo with bright, intelligent eyes. "Goodness gracious," the badger exclaimed, his voice surprisingly resonant for his size, like the low chime of a distant bell. "Has the moon turned blue? Has the sun forgotten to rise? Or has someone finally opened the whisperwood box?" He adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at Leo. "You don't look like a goblin or a grumpy gnome, bit tall for a squirrel, though." Leo, heart pounding not with fear, but with a kind of breathless wonder, managed a whisper. I'm Leo. I was just looking for a quilt." "Quilt." The badger chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "Practical, I suppose, bit drafty up here, isn't it? Percival Thistledown, keeper of the Whisperwood Glade, at your service." He gave a formal little bow. "Been trapped in here since, when was it? The great dust storm of '92. Time gets rather fuzzy in a box." He tapped the side of his head thoughtfully. As Percival spoke, Leo noticed another movement. From behind a tiny carved toadstool, a flash of brilliant blue darted out. It was a tiny finch, her feathers shimmering like sapphires even in the dim light. She landed lightly on Percival's shoulder, tilting her head to examine Leo. "And this," Percival said proudly, "is Zephyr, bit flighty but her heart's in the right place. Usually, Zephyr, say hello to the giant." "Chirrup, hello, giant." Zephyr trilled, her voice a cascade of bright, clear notes. "Did you bring crumbs? It's terribly boring in the box between adventures. No worms. No seeds. Just dust bunnies, and they don't taste very nice." She fluffed her feathers indignantly. Leo couldn't help but smile. No crumbs, sorry, but what is the Whisperwood box? How did you get inside? Ah, Percival puffed out his tiny chest. It's a convergence point, lad, a tiny pocket of the Whisperwood that's the most peaceful, secret forest there ever was, mind you anchored in this here box by old magic. My job is to tend the glade, keep the pathways clear, and ensure the Whisperwood song flows freely. His face fell slightly. Or it was, see that little silver stream. He pointed to the thread of metal. It should be sparkling, singing a soft, constant melody, but it's gone quiet, dull, like a forgotten bell. Leo leaned closer. The silver thread was dull, lifeless. Why? Blockage. Zephyr chirped urgently, hopping from foot to foot on Percival's shoulder. Upstream, a grumpy old rock fell over after the last big shake. That's when the trunk got moved, I expect, and now the songwater can't flow. The glade is getting sleepy. Sad. She drooped her head melodramatically. Percival nodded gravely. Indeed, the song sustains the Whisperwood's magic, even here in the box. Without it, well, the glade fades, we fade, just whispers on the wind. He looked up at Leo, his spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. But you open the box, that means something. The Whisperwood chooses who finds it, usually someone with quiet courage and a listening heart. Leo felt a flutter in his stomach. Courage. He wasn't brave like the heroes in storybooks. He got nervous talking to new people. What needs to be done? The blockage needs clearing, Percival explained. It's just upstream around that bend in the miniature riverbank, but the path is narrow and the rock is heavy, too heavy for me and Zephyr alone. We need, well, a giant. He looked meaningfully at Leo. The journey wasn't measured in miles, but in heartbeats. To help, Leo needed to enter the Whisperwood glade within the box. Percival instructed him to hold the box close his eyes, and breathe in the scent of old wood and lavender, listening for the almost sound of the blocked stream. Think small thoughts, Percival advised. Think of dandelion seeds and dewdrops. Leo did as he was told. He breathed deeply, the familiar attic scents filling his senses. He focused on the cool wood of the box against his palms, the faint, musty scent of the velvet lining. He listened beyond the rustle of the attic dust, beyond the distant tick-tock of a grandfather clock downstairs. He listened for the silence within the silence. And then he felt it. A gentle tugging sensation, like a moth drawn to a candle. He felt himself, not shrinking, but the world within the box expanding around him. When he opened his eyes, he was kneeling not on attic floorboards, but on soft, vibrant green moss. Towering over him were the miniature trees, now majestic firs and whispering willows. The silver stream, now a proper brook, gurgled sadly nearby, its waters sluggish and gray. The air hummed with a faint, melancholic energy and smelled richly of damp earth and pine needles. High above, Zephyr darted like a blue spark against the twilight sky of the miniature world. Remarkable, Percival declared, now standing beside Leo's knee, looking perfectly in scale with his surroundings. You've a knack for it, lad, right? The blockage is just beyond those ferns. He pointed with a tiny claw. The path was indeed narrow, winding alongside the brook. Leo moved slowly, carefully placing his feet to avoid crushing delicate clusters of glowing mushrooms or tiny star-shaped flowers. He could hear the distant purr of what sounded like a very contented, very small cat, though he saw nothing. The air felt safe, wrapped in the quiet magic of the place, even though the task ahead felt daunting. Around the bend, they found the problem. A smooth, gray stone, about the size of Leo's fist in this scaled-down world, had tumbled squarely into the narrowest part of the stream's channel. Water pooled uselessly behind it, stagnant and silent. See. Zephyr landed on the stone. Big grumpy lump. Leo knelt beside the brook. He He tried to push the stone. It didn't budge. He tried again, grunting with effort. Still nothing. It was wedged firmly. Frustration prickled at him. He wasn't strong enough. He looked at Percival, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brute force isn't always the Whisperwood way, lad, the badger mused. This stone, it didn't mean to fall. It was just resting when the big shake happened, probably a bit embarrassed and stuck. He peered closely at the rock. Look here, see that little crevice underneath? If we could just give it a nudge there towards the bank, rather than trying to lift it straight up. Understanding dawned. Cleverness, not muscle. Kindness, seeing the stone not as an enemy, but as something that needed help too. Leo scanned the mossy bank. He spotted a sturdy-looking twig, smooth and strong. Carefully, he picked it up. It was the perfect length. Okay, Leo whispered, more to himself than anyone. He knelt again, not pushing the stone, but gently inserting the end of the twig into the crevice Percival had pointed out. He braced the other end against a solid root on the bank. It was a lever. Zephyr, Leo said softly, could you fly down and give the top of the stone a little push, just as I press down on this stick? Chirrup, can do, giant. Zephyr zipped into position. Ready. Leo took a deep breath. He pushed down on the lever with steady, patient pressure. It creaked slightly. Zephyr fluttered her wings furiously against the top of the stone, adding her tiny strength. Percival braced his small back against the stick, pushing with all his might, letting out a determined little huff. For a moment, nothing happened. Leo kept the pressure steady, not jerking, just patiently leaning. Then, with a soft, wet slurp, the stone shifted. It rolled smoothly, almost gratefully, out of the channel and onto the mossy bank with a gentle thump. Immediately, the pooled water surged forward with a happy gurgle. It rushed over the pebbles, sparkling like liquid diamonds as it caught the ethereal light of the glade. As it flowed, a sound emerged not loud but profound. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a cello played very softly, intertwined with the bright tinkle-tinkle of water over stones. It was the Whisperwood's song, flowing freely once more. The effect was instant. The grayness lifted from the water, it ran clear and bright. The moss beneath Leo's knees seemed to glow greener. The tiny flowers perked up, and the air filled with a sweeter, fresher scent. High above, the purr grew louder, a comforting rumble. "Hai-che," Percival exclaimed, dancing a little jig on the moss. "Splendid, absolutely splendid. Patience and leverage. Knew you had the right stuff, lad." He beamed up at Leo. Zephyr zipped around Leo's head in joyful loops. The song, chirrup, hooray for the giant. Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the exertion, but from a deep sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought a dragon, but he'd helped. He'd listened, thought, and used kindness and cleverness. The glade felt alive, peaceful, and safe again. As the song strengthened, Leo felt the gentle tugging sensation return. The towering trees seemed to recede, the moss beneath him softening back into the feel of the attic rug. He blinked, finding himself back in the dusty attic, the Whisperwood box open on his lap. Inside, the miniature glade was vibrant. The silver stream sparkled, and tiny lights like fireflies danced among the trees. Percival waved cheerfully from beside his acorn cottage. Zephyr did a quick happy loop-de-loop above the glade. "Thank you, Leo," Percival's voice drifted up, faint but clear, like wind chimes on a breeze. "You've mended the song." The Whisperwood remembers its friends. Remember, courage often wears quiet shoes, and kindness can move mountains, or at least grumpy rocks. Visit any time. Just maybe bring a crumb or two next time. for Zephyr. Chirrup, please, Zephyr added. Leo smiled, a wide, warm smile. He carefully closed the lid of the whisperwood box, hearing the soft click of the latch. The comforting hum-tinkle of the song seemed to linger faintly in the air around him, mingling with the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs and the wind's gentle shh outside. He found the quilt, its familiar patchwork patterns feeling extra cozy now. As he carried both quilt and box downstairs, the tiny, magical song echoed softly in his heart, a reminder that extraordinary secrets and quiet courage could be found in the most ordinary corners, like a dusty attic, if only one remembered to listen. The hearth fire glowed, wrapping the room in warmth and light, a perfect reflection of the peaceful resolution found in a little wooden box. The last embers settled with a soft hiss, a gentle lullaby for the night. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath the gnarled roots of a grandfather cedar, nestled the cozy burrow of Thistle, a field mouse whose fur held the soft gray of twilight mist. His grandson Pip, barely bigger than a hazelnut, possessed eyes wide with the wonder of the world and whiskers that trembled with every new scent. Life in the whisperwood pulsed with a rhythm older than memory. Spring painted the air with the sweet perfume of bluebells and the frantic buzz of awakening bees. Summer hummed with lazy warmth, the creek chuckling over smooth stones and fireflies weaving constellations in the velvet night. Autumn arrived in a blaze of crimson and gold, the air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe berries, a time for gathering and storing. And winter, a time of deep, quiet rest, where snow blanketed the earth in silence, and the world seemed to hold its breath. But this year, as the last amber leaves of autumn spiraled down, an unsettling chill crept in too soon. A sharp, biting frost, unseasonal and harsh, settled over the whisperwood one moonless night. Pip woke shivering, his tiny nose pressed against the burrow's entrance curtain of woven vines. "Grandfather Thistle," he whispered, his voice thin as spider silk, "the frost, it feels wrong, it nipped my whiskers." Thistle, his own fur frosted silver at the tips, stirred. He sniffed the air deeply. It wasn't just the cold, it carried a brittle, metallic tang, like frozen iron, instead of the usual clean, earthy scent of approaching winter. "Aye, little Pip," he murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "This frost bites deeper than it should, it feels, hungry. It ignores the old agreements." Pip's ears drooped. Agreements. The agreements between the seasons, the earth, and the sky, Thistle explained, settling Pip onto his lap near their tiny hearth of glowing embers. The warmth radiated gently, filling the burrow with the comforting scent of cedar smoke. The whisperwood thrives on balance. This frost comes too early, too fierce. It will harden the earth before the roots are ready for sleep. It will steal the last warmth the beetles and grubs need to burrow deep. If it lingers, the spring maiden might struggle to wake the land come her time. Outside, the forest groaned softly. The usual gentle creak of branches sounded sharper, more brittle. The comforting scent of damp earth and decaying leaves was buried under the sterile, sharp smell of ice. Pip shivered again, not just from cold, but from a sense of things being deeply wrong. "We must seek the keeper," Thistle declared, his small frame suddenly resolute. "Old Mossback understands the deep rhythms, the whispers beneath the roots." The keeper, Mossback, was a venerable tortoise who resided near the heartspring, a pool of impossibly clear water fed by an underground source, said to be the forest's lifeblood. His shell was etched with patterns older than the oldest oak, a living map of the whisperwood's history. Bundled in scraps of dried moss for extra warmth, Thistle and Pip ventured out. The frost had transformed their familiar world. Ferns, usually supple and green, were now brittle sculptures of glassy white. Delicate spiderwebs strung between twigs glittered with captured frost stars, beautiful but fragile. The air was utterly still, the silence profound and unnerving, broken only by the sharp crack of a frozen twig underfoot. Pip's paws stung with the cold, penetrating the moss padding. He saw a cluster of late-blooming moon petals, usually glowing softly in the shade, now shriveled and blackened. A small beetle caught mid-crawl lay frozen solid on a leaf. Pip felt a pang of sorrow. "See, Pip," Thistle said softly, his breath puffing white in the frigid air. "The frost steals life before its time. It disrupts the song." Their journey led them deeper, where the trees grew closer, their branches interlacing like protective arms. The scent of pine resin grew stronger, sharp and clean, mingling with the frost. They passed the burrow of Willow, a wise badger. Her usually kind face was etched with worry as she tried to nudge her sleepy cubs deeper into their den against the unnatural chill. "The earth feels hard as stone already, Thistle," she rumbled, her voice thick with concern. "The roots cannot drink, seek mossback." Further on, near a frozen patch of what was usually bubbling mud, they found Bracken, a young frog, trembling violently. "T2 sea cold," he croaked, his skin an unhealthy pale shade. "Sea can't dig deep enough, sleep won't come." Thistle gently nudged Bracken towards a crevice, warmed slightly by geothermal breath escaping the earth nearby. "Hold on, young one, we seek the wisdom." The path grew harder. The frost had slicked stones and hidden dips. Pip stumbled, his tiny paws numb. Thistle lifted him onto his back. "Feel the warmth of the earth still breathing beneath us, Pip," he encouraged. "Even now it fights the cold, remember that strength." Finally, they reached the heart spring. Though the surrounding moss was stiff with frost, the pool itself steamed gently, its water a clear, vibrant turquoise, swirling with unseen currents. Beside it, half submerged in the warmer mud, rested Mossback. His ancient eyes, deep as the forest loam, opened slowly as they approached. They held the patience of mountains and the quiet knowledge of countless seasons. Thistle Fieldwalker Mossback rumbled, his voice a low vibration Pip felt in his small bones. "And young Pip seedling, the frost bites deep, does it not? I feel its teeth in the water's song." "It does, Keeper," Thistle replied, bowing his head. "It comes too soon, too harsh. The roots harden, the small ones suffer. Willow worries, Bracken trembles, the balance is threatened." Mossback shifted slightly, his heavy shell scraping the frosted earth. He gazed into the swirling heart spring. "The Sky Father is grieving," he murmured. "A great storm raged far beyond our borders, unseen by us. It tore a hole in the high winds, a wound that lets the deepest cold spill down untempered. His sorrow chills the world." Pip, emboldened by the tortoise's presence, piped up. "But how do we fix the hole, Keeper? How do we warm the Sky Father's grief?" A slow, almost imperceptible smile touched Mossback's beak. "We cannot mend the sky, little seedling, but we can remind the earth of its own warmth. We can weave a song of comfort strong enough to reach even the grieving sky." "What song?" Pip asked, mesmerized. "The song of the forest's heart," Mossback explained. "The song that hums in the roots, whispers in the leaves, and thrums in the lifeblood of every creature. When we are in harmony, when we remember our connection, that song grows strong. It is warmth, Pip, true warmth from within. Gather the others, all who feel the frost's bite. Bring them here to the heart spring." Hope, fragile as a new bud, bloomed in Pip's chest. Thistle nodded, understanding dawning. They hurried back, their mission clear. Pip, despite his numb paws, felt a new energy. He scurried to Willow's den, explaining Mossback's words. He found Bracken, urging him towards the spring. Thistle sought out the families of voles, the solitary hedgehog, the drowsy bats clinging upside down in a frost-rimed hollow. One by one, drawn by shared concern and Thistle's gentle summons, the creatures of the Whisperwood made their way towards the steaming heart spring. Field mice, rabbits, badgers, frogs, beetles who had found shelter, even a family of squirrels with their fluffy tails held high against the cold. They gathered on the banks, their breath pluming white in the still air, their small bodies shivering. Mossback spoke, his voice carrying effortlessly in the hushed clearing. The cold comes from a grief beyond our woods. But the warmth we seek lies within us, within the living heart of this forest we share. Close your eyes. Feel the earth beneath you. Though frosted, it lives. Feel the warm breath of the heartspring. Feel the life beside you, friend, neighbor, fellow child of the whisperwood. He began a low, resonant hum. It was a sound like wind through deep canyons, like water over ancient stones. Thistle joined in, his hum softer, like rustling leaves. Willow added a deeper, grounding rumble. Pip, closing his eyes tight, tried to hum too. At first, it was just a tiny vibration in his throat, but he focused. He thought of the cozy burrow, the scent of cedar smoke, the taste of sweet berries in summer, the softness of his moss bed, the sound of thistle stories. He thought of Willow's kind eyes, Bracken's hopeful croak. He thought of the whisperwood, the dappled sunlight, the chuckling creek, the scent of pine after rain. A warmth not of fire but of pure belonging began to glow in his tiny chest. One by one the others joined. The squirrels chittered a rhythmic counterpoint. The frogs managed a soft, resonant croak. The beetles clicked their shells. The bats fluttered their wings, creating a soft, rhythmic breeze. It wasn't a perfect melody. It was a tapestry of sound, deep rumbles, soft hums, gentle clicks, rustling fur, the rhythmic beat of wings, the steady pulse of the heartspring's currents. It was the sound of the forest remembering itself, remembering its connection. As the combined song swelled, filling the frosty clearing, something magical began to happen. The steam rising from the heartspring grew thicker, swirling upwards in graceful spirals that seemed to catch the faint, unseen threads of their collective harmony. The air directly above the pool shimmered, like heat haze on a summer day, but radiating a gentle, golden warmth. Pip opened his eyes. He saw the steam spirals rising higher, higher than they ever had before, weaving together like luminous ribbons. They carried the song, the hum of the badgers, the chitter of squirrels, the croak of frogs, the beat of wings, his own small thrum, and the deep, ancient resonance of mossback. Up into the still, cold sky they climbed. High above the whisperwood, where the unnatural frost gnawed, the woven song of warmth reached the grieving sky farther. The frigid current seemed to pause. The harsh, metallic tang in the air softened. And then gently, slowly, like a sigh of relief, the biting frost began to lift. It didn't vanish, but it receded, drawing back like a blanket being carefully folded. The air lost its cruel edge, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of a proper late autumn day. Below, the creatures felt it. The oppressive, unnatural cold eased. The brittle rigidity left the ferns, they softened, shedding their glassy coats. The sharp crack of freezing sap ceased. The scent of damp, living earth and pine resin returned, strong and reassuring. Pip gasped. He looked at the moon petals. Though still touched by frost, they were no longer blackened. They held a faint resilience. Bracken stopped shivering, his skin regaining a healthier hue as he settled deeper into the warm mud near the spring. Willow nuzzled her cubs, a deep rumble of contentment vibrating in her chest. Mossback lowered his head, the humming fading to a contented sigh. The balance is remembered, he murmured. The Sky Father heard the heart song of his earth. Grief remains, but cold born of despair has been soothed by warmth born of unity. The creatures dispersed slowly, carrying the warmth of the song within them. Thistle and Pip walked back through the whisperwood. The frost still glistened on the grass, but it was a normal frost now, sparkling harmlessly in the weak afternoon sun that finally pierced the high canopy. The crunch under their paws was familiar, not threatening. They passed bracken, already digging a proper, deep burrow in the softened earth. They saw Willow leading her cubs out to sniff the returning, healthier scents. Back in their burrow beneath the grandfather cedar, the hearth embers glowed. Thistle settled Pip onto a bed of fresh, sweet-smelling hay. "You see, Pip seedling," Thistle whispered, his voice thick with warmth and pride. "The greatest magic isn't in moving mountains or commanding storms. It's in the harmony of many small hearts beating together. It's in remembering we are part of the forest, and the forest is part of us. That song lives in the roots, in the stones, in every breath we take. Hold on to that warmth." Pip snuggled deep, the unnatural chill of fading memory. He could still feel the gentle thrum of the forest song in his bones, a comforting lullaby woven from the hum of badgers, the croak of frogs, the rustle of leaves, and the deep, ancient wisdom of mossback. Outside, the whisperwood sighed, a soft, contented sound like wind through resting branches. The true rhythm of the seasons, the deep, enduring balance, had been gently restored. The frost now was just a promise of winter's rest, not its harsh herald. And as sleep claimed him, Pip knew the forest's heart beat warmly on, a timeless song of earth, sky, and the enduring strength found in harmony. The gentle steam of the heartspring continued its quiet ascent, a silent testament to the warmth they had woven together, a guardian against the cold, forever reminding the sky of the earth's resilient, collective song. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the Lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. You helped without being asked, chimed the luminous leaves. Now let wonder reward you. The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered. The shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the Lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. "Willow," Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. "Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish." Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. "I saw it from above," he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The water's backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. "Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big." Willow patted the water gently. "Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet." She looked at Pip. "Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones." Pip bobbed his head. "On my way." He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. "And Fern," Willow continued, "find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared." Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. "A blockage at the sentinel. That explains the restless whispers in the roots," Acorn mused, tapping a claw. "The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines." By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream. Steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the Harmonies' rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kalen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kalen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmonies' rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kalen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kalen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kalen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kalen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kalen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kalen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kalen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kalen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kalen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kalen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kalen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kalen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kalen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kalen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kalen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kalen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleese's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kalen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Galician practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kalen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kalen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kalen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kalen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care, sound, and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kalen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kalen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kalen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the Harmonies rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, the rocking chair draped with a worn quilt seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song." The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air. Its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny, clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. The blue-furred being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading. Something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. Inside, the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother-of-pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. The songstone, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel. He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony. He gestured towards the cracked shell. Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart. Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. "You must sing," the elder said simply. "Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you, its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot. Sing." Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heart shell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered, could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final, resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heart shell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced the darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call, but a gentle connection. Back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep deep and peaceful claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air itself hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, sun-warmed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. At the heart of this realm stood Sylvan, an elder stag whose antlers resembled the bare, intricate branches of winter trees, yet were perpetually adorned with tiny, glowing mosses that shifted color with his mood. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who listened to the forest's heartbeat, the gurgle of streams, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind through the ferns. One crisp autumn morning, as mist curled like sleepy cats around the tree trunks and the air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, a small hedgehog named Bramble trundled anxiously towards Sylvan. Bramble's normally bright eyes were clouded with worry, and his spines seemed to droop. "Keeper Sylvan," Bramble squeaked, his voice trembling slightly. "The silver thread, it's fading," The water barely trickles past the moonstone glade. The watercress is wilting, and the fireflies say their nursery pool is shrinking. Sylvan lowered his great head, his warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching, listening not just with them, but with the very core of his being. He felt the subtle tremor in the earth, a faint discord beneath the usual harmonious thrum of the whisperwood. "I feel it too, little bramble," he rumbled, his voice as soft as falling leaves. The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood, fed by the tears of the Sky Mother and the deep sighs of the earth. Its weakening speaks of an imbalance. Nearby, Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and boundless energy, chattered down from an oak branch. "An imbalance, what can we do? We need the water. My winter stash of hickory nuts is near the drying bank." Sylvan raised his head, his mossy antlers glowing a soft, reassuring green. "Patience, young Pip. Fear dries the spirit faster than sun bakes mud. We must understand before we act. The wisdom of the forest flows through generations, like the silver thread itself. Remember the tales told under the hunter's moon." He began to walk, his hooves making soft thuds on the thick carpet of fallen leaves that released a rich, earthy scent. Bramble scurried beside him, and Pip bounded from branch to branch overhead. Sylvan led them towards the source of the silver thread, high in the moss-draped hills where the air grew colder and carried the sharp tang of granite. As they climbed, Sylvan spoke of the delicate dance that sustained the whisperwood. "See how the ferns unfurl only after the spring rains whisper their promise, how the glowworms light the paths only when the dusk deepens to velvet. The forest breathes in cycles, Pip Bramble. The Sky Mother weeps not just rain, but starlight and frost. The earth sighs not just water, but warmth and strength. The silver thread carries it all." They reached the source, a cleft in moss-covered rock where water should have bubbled forth with vigor. Now only a thin, hesitant trickle emerged, barely enough to moisten the dark stone. The air here felt strangely still and thin, lacking the usual vibrant energy. "Look," Bramble pointed a tiny claw. Deep within the cleft, tangled amongst the roots of a venerable yew tree that clung precariously to the rock face, was a dense knot of gnarled, dark vines. They pulsed with an unnatural, dull purple light, choking the spring. "Shadow vine," Bramble gasped. "I thought it only grew in the sunless ravines." Sylvan nodded gravely. "Aye, shadow vine. It feeds on discord and neglect. It must have crept here unseen, perhaps when the summer storms were fierce and distracted the wood sprites. It strangles the earth's sigh, blocking the deep waters from rising." He touched the vines with his muzzle, and they recoiled slightly, emitting a faint, acrid smell like burnt sugar. Force will only make it grip tighter. It thrives on struggle. Pip scampered down, landing beside the feeble trickle. "But we have to get rid of it. Can't I just gnaw through it?" He nibbled experimentally at a tendril and instantly spat, shaking his head. "Bleck, it tastes like bitter ashes." "The old ways teach us," Sylvan murmured, his gaze softening as he looked towards the canopy where the autumn sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. "Balance is restored not by opposition, but by harmony. Shadowvine fears not teeth or claws, but the pure essence of the seasons it disrupts." He turned to Bramble. "Little tunneler, your nose is keen. Deep beneath the roots, where the earth is warm and dark, grows the moonpetal bulb. Its roots hold the memory of winter's quiet strength. Can you find one?" Bramble puffed out his chest. "For the silver thread, of course, keeper." He vanished into a small crevice near the yew roots with surprising speed. Sylvan then looked up at Pip, now perched nervously on a rock. "Swift climber, the highest branches of the sun-kissed aspen hold the last dewdrops touched by the dawn's first light. They shimmer with the promise of spring's renewal. Can you gather some in a leaf cup?" Pip's eyes widened. "The very top, but the wind." The wind respects courage and purpose, Pip, Sylvan said gently. Trust your agility as the forest trusts you. While Bramble burrowed deep into the comforting, loamy darkness, smelling of rich decay and hidden life, Pip embarked on his dizzying climb. The aspen swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets. High up, the world seemed made of light and air. Pip focused, his heart pounding, carefully collecting the precious, cold dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds in a folded beech leaf. Meanwhile, Sylvan stood sentinel by the choked spring. He lowered his head, his glowing antlers dimming to a deep, peaceful blue. He began to hum, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated through the rock and into the earth. It was the song of deep roots, a melody passed down from stag to stag since the forest was young, speaking of patience, endurance, and the slow, sure turning of the seasons. The harsh purple pulse of the shadow vine flickered uncertainly. Bramble emerged, dusty but triumphant, clutching a smooth, ivory-white bulb that glowed with a soft, internal light and smelled faintly of frost and clean snow. Pip landed beside him, breathless but holding the leaf cup brimming with luminous dew that smelled impossibly fresh, like the very first breath of spring. Now, Sylvan instructed, his voice blending with his hum. Place the moonpetal bulb deep within the knot of shadow vine bramble. Let the memory of winter's stillness touch its core. Pip, pour the sundew over the vines, a blessing of the light to come. With delicate care, Bramble pushed the cool, glowing bulb deep into the tangled mass. Pip carefully tipped the sparkling dew. Where the dew touched the shadow vine, the harsh purple light sputtered and dimmed. Where the bulb rested, a soft, white radiance began to seep into the dark tendrils. Sylvan's hum deepened, weaving around the bulb's chill and the dew's brilliance. He sang of autumn's crisp decay making way for renewal, of winter's rest nurturing hidden life, of spring's inevitable return. He sang of the deep earth sighing freely, and the sky mother weeping cleansing tears. The shadow vine shuddered. Its pulsing light faded completely. The gnarled vines seemed to shrink, becoming brittle and gray, like old cobwebs exposed to the sun. With a sound like a sigh of relief, they crumbled into dust, blown away by a sudden, gentle breeze that carried the scent of rain and clean rock. And then it came. A deep, resonant gurgle from within the earth. A surge of clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, burst forth from the cleft. It washed over the rocks, singing a joyful song as it tumbled down the hillside, following its ancient path towards the moonstone glade. The very air seemed to sigh, filling with moisture and the vibrant, electric hum of restored magic. The silver thread flowed strong once more. Bramble danced a little jig on the wet rocks, his spines gleaming. Pip chattered with pure joy, watching the water race downhill. Sylvan raised his head, his antlers now glowing a vibrant, healthy green, reflecting in the newly freed spring. They followed the revitalized stream back down to the moonstone glade. Already the watercress perked up, its leaves glistening. Fireflies like tiny, joyful lanterns began to emerge, their soft green light reflecting on the now full nursery pool. Creatures emerged from hiding, a family of voles, a watchful owl, delicate moths all drawn by the restored harmony, the sound and scent of life flowing freely. Under the rising moon, whose silver light turned the glade into a place of enchantment, Sylvan spoke to the gathered creatures. The shadow vine came not from malice, but from a moment of inattention. The forest's balance is delicate, woven from countless threads, the deep roots and the high leaves, the winter's sleep and the summer's blaze. It requires our watchfulness, our respect, and our unity. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Wisdom lies not just in knowing the old songs, but in listening to the forest's need. Courage is not just strength, but the willingness to seek help and trust in the strengths of others. You both remembered the lessons woven into the tales, and you acted with the harmony of the seasons in your hearts. Pip puffed out his chest, no longer just thinking of his nuts. Bramble felt a warm pride settle deep within him, warmer than any sunbeam. The whisperwood sighed contentedly around them. The gurgle of the silver thread was a constant, soothing melody. The scent of damp moss, wet stone, and moonlit flowers filled the air. Fireflies traced lazy patterns above the water, their light mingling with the reflection of the stars. High above, the Sky Mother, pleased with the restoration, began to weep gentle, autumn tears, a soft, steady rain that pattered on the broad leaves, dripped from the pine needles, and sank gratefully into the thirsty earth. It was the sound of the forest breathing deeply, a lullaby of perfect balance. Sylvan settled by the glistening stream, the rain a cool kiss on his fur. Bramble curled contentedly under a giant fern frond, listening to the rain's rhythm. Pip found a dry hollow in an oak, his earlier worries washed away. The magic of the whisperwood, strengthened by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons, pulsed softly around them, a comforting presence in the deep, ancient night. The silver thread murmured its endless song, a promise carried on the rain-scented breeze, ensuring that in the whisperwood, harmony would always find its way, as sure as the dawn following the dark and the spring returning after the winter's sleep. The last firefly winked out, leaving only the moon's glow on the water and the gentle, steady sound of life flowing on and on. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. "Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater." And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. "Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing. The mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm. Makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast." The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses deep in its heart. Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum a constant, quiet companion. but the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the meadow. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there, Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Lyra, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten." The wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. "She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent, and it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. it had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the Luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The peace shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terraloon's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity, paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. Calculation: 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of... His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis, some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terralune as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terralune, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bog-rot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bog-rot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. The whisper reeds, Silas exclaimed. Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge. The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. Now, Theo. Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bog-rot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. but her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come.